in time, and RU just run over you. That is a job well done by the Garen. The problem is the way that they did that fight. You can't force a fight against a Garen. You cannot force it. You cannot push a fight against the Garen, because why? When you get into melee with a Garen and you force it like that, he will just annihilate you. That play was so forced by the Lissandra there that it mistimed everything, and that forced Silas to have to blow flash just to close the distance. You got to take your trades slow, steady, and make it work for you. You got to go at your own pace. If you start going at the Garen space to try and finish him off, the Garen just bursts you down, and then you lose your damage profile. They got to keep that in mind on how they play this. There's the Silas, possibly caught out of position now. Black Shield put in. Very good use of that Black Shield to stop the Silas from being caught. Luna's over here. The Garen has joined the fray. I'm going to be real with you. If this Garen decides they want to flash Ghost on top of somebody, because that flash is almost up, that person's dead.
Not only that, we talked about Garen getting Phantom Dancer. Garen now also has Infinity Edge. 75% crit chance with a hell of a lot of damage on that crit auto attack.
It's not even just a crit auto attack. Remember, the spin crits.
Yeah.
So, like, my point still stands. He will just nuke somebody in the back line of a fight. Check it out, the Silas over onto the side. Wise decision to actually go ahead and jump onto him while they are divided away from the rest of the team. That is the Garen getting one kill for themselves. They're going to go and try and run on away. You can see the Ezreal split their focus away from the rest of the team inside of this fight. Lissandra gets the kill onto the Akali, finds a double kill, and here comes the Ezreal rejoining into the fray. Roosevelt, they overstay their welcome, they overplay their hand, and they die right in front of the Baron. Garen is going to go ahead and knock on the front door of their base as a result.
So take a couple tower shots here. It's not that much. Shield will help out. There is a real thought here that Garen just walks in and kills 3. Sitting on this Baron. He's definitely going to try and fight after.
Yeah, they get Baron. It's all going to depend on Mike, and if Mike hits the binding onto him, if they try to contest it, but they're not going to try it. They don't know exactly where they are. They don't want to end up dying themselves. Remember, they are relatively more squishy in this build because of the fact they have opted for more of that crit chance, more of that ability for such. So it is just yet again another situation in which you got a tower, you got the best that you possibly could from Roosevelt. The gold has swung back in the favor of BCU because of the fact that BCU is able to team fight so well inside of a choke point like that. You can't fight a Lissandra Morgana inside of a choke point. It's just not healthy.
It's really different. There's so much like group CC. Not single target. Like Morgana's known for single. Okay, Mike. Morgana's known for single target CC, but Morgana ult plus everything in the Lissandra kit. It's really hard to fight in choke points.
Showing at the current moment in time. Mike, that's a very aggressive play. They're completely all alone on that. They get the soul shackles up, but they're not going to finish off the kill. As we go back over to the fight, the camera's gone away. No, go back. Tickle is going to go ahead and find a kill for themselves and get the double inside of the exchange.
No damage left for
hitting. They're laying in the hurt. Luna's coming in late into the fight. This is ideal for the Akali because they want to do cleanup. They're doing the janitorial service. In the meantime, Garen's diving Silas underneath the tower. Roosevelt, BCU got the gold lead for a short moment in time. Well, hey, welcome back. It is Roosevelt's world at this moment in time, and they're claiming your base as a part of it. Only the Rakan left standing. They need to get back. They got that Baron buff to try and empower some minions to try and hold back the pressure. The Garen's looking to just end the game all by themselves.
It's Garen's world we're living in, man.
No way for you to be able to do anything, man. There's an ace for the Garen and Roosevelt. It was not clean, it was not concise, but they take their cup and they say, hey, yo, it's a Garen diff, baby. Roosevelt is going to go ahead and punch their ticket forward for that run back against Columbia College.
It's Garen's world, and we're just living in it, man. That's all it is. Garen was the winner of this game, right? You can say a lot about how Roosevelt University played. The Corki played excellently during lane. The Akali was able to come over the top in a lot of fights there. But the way that they won that game was being able to use the Garen as pressure across the map. Once you couldn't deal with the Garen, then you couldn't deal with the team.
My problem is, yet again, BCU, they had a very interesting draft. It's something that we're used to seeing from them from our MEC season where we got to cast them, right? Mike is known to be able to have, like, more unique junglers that they're willing to play. The big one that we actually saw from BCU, which was a storyline for them, was the fact that they utilized Brand a lot inside the regular season. So we saw Mike and Cameron actually shift around from playing Brand because Cameron's an insanely good Brand player. So they would actually use that as a flex pick. So you saw them use strategies like that, right? And you saw them kind of go for like, all right, BCU's kind of got that weird concoction that they can kind of throw in there at any moment in time. You do not have an answer for a Garen. You do not have an answer for when Demacia comes knocking on your door, Butter.
No, you have to send a million to players to try and beat Garen, and there's no certainty in any of that. So it becomes quite difficult to play the game when there's a unkillable side laner who will do more damage than anyone on your team. It's really hard to play that game.
Yes.
So congratulations to Roosevelt University. They have set up their match against Columbia College. Columbia
Yes.
College.
No, they're going against Columbia College in the Nets run. So Columbia College is waiting in the lower bracket, lower finals for them. We won't get to see that matchup. We won't get to see the run back. However, what we will get to see is the grand finals later. Grandview is awaiting inside the grand finals for one of those two teams to actually go off to contest against them. Winner's side has a game advantage in regards to the series. That is how they have given winners advantage over to them inside of the tournament play. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But we got exciting things to go for. Mecca, I'm not sure. I don't believe you're going to be here with me for this next game, are you?
I will not be. Next game
Yes.
is Overwatch, and unless you want me to just wax and wane about how Overwatch 1 was good,
I love classic mode. Yeah.
it's still 6v6, right? You
It's
still have two tanks,
6v6.
right?
Takes 3 supports. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and send it over to a short break. When we come back, I'll be having, I believe, OP Knees joining me on the broadcast for some Overwatch. And then we will yet again go through our day. League of Legends won't be back until the end of day. So if you're looking for more League, stay tuned. It will be back later on. But we're going to take our break to get ourselves ready for some Overwatch gameplay. So make sure you do not touch that browser. We will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Midwest Clash over at Purdue Northwest. My name's Travesty, and I am joined here. I have a faint name here. It's not Mechatronics. Mechatronics was my partner for the League of Legends. However, what it is we actually, I have a ghost. I have a spooky ghost as my co-caster. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're having our very first paranormal cast here today, if you believe in that. But it will be a solo cast for some Overwatch. We're going to be getting into everything, getting into the nitty gritty. We're getting into the grand finals between two teams that have been going head to head against one another here at the Purdue Northwest LAN events. So make sure you guys are buckled up, ready to go. I'm ready for it. I'm going to be yelling out, go give me some Torbjorn. That's all I need. That's all I could possibly want. Looking at everything that's going in and looking to see who is going in as we can go ahead and check everything on out. And by the way, I did see inside Twitch chat, hey, I appreciate you guys asking about who the talent is on the day. So I appreciate that in regards on the day, but it will be just me here on the day for some good old Overwatch, and we'll be going into some Rocket League afterwards. But I do love the fact that we had some people being like, I want to hear more about this talent called Cez. I want to hear Cezarito. But we do get to see the legend that is this Reinhardt yet again. Yesterday, we got to see Indiana University pop off time and time again. A lot of it was based off of this Reinhardt. They focused a lot of their strategy around it. Was that kind of focusing on this
courage is might,
the last time we got to see them was actually against Illinois College, making their run up from the lower bracket against Cornell College here. University taking on Cornell could be a good sight to see. You already see the charging ahead, firing on all cylinders. Oh. Control point will unlock. Got that shield popped on. Crack-a-lacking. Utilize this Reinhardt shield as much as they can. You want to try and force yourself in to get a better position. Key positioning will matter. You can see them kind of working around the outside rim of this matchup. Being down there in the control point, this is one of those places the control point is definitely a lot harder to hold as a control point. You want to get to the high ground and gain control. So see both teams forcing themselves over one of the top of this point, trying to make sure they have the resources to defend it and whatnot. But you see, big fight. Indiana University was able to get two key members in their favor, and with that, they get the control point. You saw Archie have to retreat as a result. And now with these choke points, it's a guessing game of which way they're going to come from. You see them all filing into one area. That's how this conversation run. Hard push in. Cornell Indiana University. This is the grand final. We're seeing that this is a rematch as well from a matchup we saw earlier on yesterday. And Indiana University, it was a 3-1 affair last time. It will be a very close matchup as Rip Squad gets taken out. You see members of Indiana University falling left and right. All of the members of Cornell College stand tall, they stand proud, they stand on the point to be able to secure that for themselves. That's now the respawn timers will have to come about. So, loading, good reflect there onto that strike. Then going back to LOS. The Reinhardt is actually getting flamed a bit. Their teammates are getting exposed from the back end of the fight. The Cassidy taking a good amount of damage. Lots of hurt. The nano grenade connecting, getting rid of that healing. Good. The LOS combined with the Reinhardt. So they push off KO to be able to come about. No strike to happen. Cassidy continues to fire off shot after shot. He can save. Almost trying to get in there, laying down half of the blade. They got that Z-Flex going in. They got the kill. They got it. What time is it? I tell you this, but it's a little bit past that. Good kills coming out. They're just losing members. They lost their tank. The push should be enjoyed, but DNAT says no. Also reflect. They got themselves boosted up with that nano boost as well. And they're just in here flying around, doing as much damage as they possibly can. They did not have swords, so no ability to fire away. In a good Mischief gets in there, lays in the hurt, lays in the pain, brings it straight over to Indiana University. Lays in a good amount of damage as Molly Master gets dropped down critically low. And has to disengage from the exchange. Right in there. Cornell College getting control over this first map. Overtime is the name of the game. With Cage Match thrown down. It's a challenge you can't run away from. The breaking ball coming through. That's trying to get in there and lay in. Get a little bit more time for the team. Member after member did fall. They did get the cap on the point, but Cornell College has regained control. Mischief's now running forward. They got themselves boosted on up. They want to find anybody on the back end of the fight. They're still contesting is the Lucio. Molly Master doing what they can to make things happen. Yet again, the wrecking ball comes in, but it's not going to be able to wreck any aspirations as it just makes the overtime timer go a little bit longer, and that's objective secured. First round going over to Cornell College. Now, we didn't get a chance to really talk too much about the journey that these two teams had because of the intro that we had earlier on. Just to bring up a little bit more information on things, Cornell College came in from the upper bracket. They had fought their way all the way throughout it. While on the flip side of things, Indiana University, they had fought Cornell College earlier on and then had to make their run back through the lower bracket to get to where they are today. Cornell College was a team that was awaiting them. And with this, with Overwatch, as you know, there is no bracket resets or anything like this. It's just a straight up best of 7. Where you win this best of 7, you're the champ. So this is what the moment that both teams have been going for. Despite, of course, Indiana having to have a little bit of a harder journey. You see the comp shifting around for a little bit. Cobra actually got domed by Zach Tony. We talked about them yesterday on their Widowmaker. They weren't able to have a huge impact last time around. This time, hey, that shot was kind of clean on it. So, at the start of a brand new day, hitting that all the top and throws, starts to a little bit of healing that nano grenade, making sure to hit that healing, take it off from the Magua. Good push coming in from Indiana University. That's Tony did get taken out on the back end by Gator fans drop down critically low. Cornell goes finds himself. But Indiana is losing member after member. D-Nat is falling. Molly Master, Rip Squad, they all fall. It's just Chicago. On the point, holding it down by themselves, but the anchor must be cast into the ocean, and it's going to be Mischief, who's red hot. They are on fire, and they are just lit on up. They're jumping in a little bit into G. Go ahead and drop in your spray to get a little bit of healing, and doing a great job having the presence of mind. They're just trying to run in there. They're dashing in. This ain't Mata. They get 2 off of that dash melee. Getting killed. That was able to eventually teammates, but it's still a number deficit. They're having to deal with Cobra over on top. Got an Overwatch of their own. They got their own little sniper that's able to contest the route. That opponent is not in a position to be able to contest the Widowmaker. So it is no counterplay to come about. You see Cornell College, they take advantage of the fact that they have the strength, they had the numbers advantage. In the matchup between sniper versus sniper, usually how it ends up going is the fact that whoever has the better positioning in that matchup is going to be golden. And you can see this Genji trying to play a little bit with their food, getting that deflect off, saying, all right, yeah, snipe me, I dare you, see what happens. Nice little shot here off the grapple. It's something you're going to see a lot for him, but this Widowmaker is falling flat because they don't have the position. Not the shots aren't hitting. Their shot is a lot better. But the problem is, in the sniper v sniper, if you do not have the better positioning, you are automatically at a disadvantage. It's just the way the bullet train coming in. Zach Naponi gets popped, domed on the top of the head, and they are just getting kill after kill. Almost completely uncontested on the sniper's hurt. They're just going to continue laying in hurt after hurt. D-Nat gone. Zach Naponi was taken away. Rip Squad, Molly Master. These backs are just so staggered. The respawns are so staggered. That is going to be map number 2. There's the cage match. Just drop that in so that way nobody can get in and run interference. That is Cornell College taking map number 1 for themselves in this best of 7.
Play of the game.
And play the game. Mischiefs. Play of the game. This play was absolutely on fire. constantly in the face of the opposition, constantly get good deep flanks. I think Mischiefs has had a very good performance on the day. Mischiefs was just insane on things. So I think if you're looking for somebody to get play of the game, yeah, sure, Mischief's got play of the game. But I think the crazy thing is Mischief was probably one of those players that had multiple, like they had a catalog of play of the games that were just preloaded in the background, and they could have just drawn from a hat from those catalogs of games and been like, ah, yes, this is what we've got. So I appreciate that from them. Cornell College looking to be on top of their game, starting things off with round number 1. Reminder, last time these two teams went against each other inside the practice stage, it went 3-1. So that is a big thing to look at. It was 3-1 inside of the last time that these teams went against each other. That's how it be. That's how it be. Also, I see production. That's my producer, by the way, in chat that's saying Mech is looking different. Mel, this is the ghost of Mech past, okay? That's what this is, producer. You can hear me. I know you can. But that is what we got right now. We got a spooky ghost that is ready. Who knows? You might get jump scared. You better watch out. Who knows? But it is a good time to be around for some good old Overwatch gameplay. As I'm excited to see what the next map is going to be for us. We are going to King's Row. I love me some King's Row. It is going to be a good situation for us to see exactly what happens. It's a classic Overwatch map. It's a classic formula for success for us. So, very good. Happy and ready to see what some King's Row is going to be like for us. See what's going on, what's crack-a-lacking for some King's Row gameplay, because I'm ready to get into the game. I don't have anybody to really bounce off of here. So, you know, I'm just going to keep talking. This is going to turn into a podcast where you guys realize, wow, this guy does not stop yapping. He doesn't know how to stop. He can't be stopped. This guy casted for like 12 hours yesterday. Why is he still yapping? Why isn't he tired? Joke's on you guys. I am tired. But we will get into King's Row, and you know what? Some good old Overwatch gameplay. That's enough to be able to invigorate me, get myself going, get myself rocking and rolling in regards to some good old gameplay here. Let's see what we got going inside King's Row. Last time we actually saw King's Row, that was actually a very contested. These two teams did play against each other, and it was very contested. We actually saw the Magua and the Reinhardt actually be a very big head-to-head contention between the two of them. So I'm kind of curious on if that is going to be the case, if we're going to see a bit more of that, if we see that contention. I think that comfort is key. The Widowmaker kind of fell flat on its face last time from Zet the Pony. Last time they tried to bring it out into King's Row against the comp that they had. So I'm actually hoping that they switch things around and go in. But wait a second, hold on. I'm getting voices. I lit a candle actually in that game. You guys didn't see it because my camera wasn't on. But I was lighting candles. I have a circle, a little summoning circle, if you will. And I think I have summoned in. I'm communing with the ghost of Mechatronic. Mechatronic, are you there?
This is a 6v6 game, right?
Okay, that's a line that he used earlier. I'm not sure if this is AI or ghost.
Back in my day, there were 2 tanks.
Hey,
there were 2 supports.
Wait, it's a physical form. It's manifested itself. The summoning circle came in. Thank you, Mechatronics, for coming back in on the cast today to stop me from solo casting. Mecha is just like, yo, Travi, are you okay, buddy?
Or were we good here? We have a different drink for me this time. That's how you know it's a different time and place. No coffee now. Now sparkling water.
Sparkles almost as brightly as you do. But
thanks.
Let's go ahead and take a moment to look at that bracket, Mecha. I know that Overwatch isn't the main thing for you, but
so I had an idea for this, by the way. Okay, I'm sure that there's a lot of parents at home watching this who have absolutely no clue about Overwatch because, yeah, I'm gonna be honest, none of my parents know about League of Legends, which is the primary game that I've played and casted. So let's do this as if I have absolutely no clue what's going on, because that's not totally far from the truth. And let's make sure that we can explain things as we go through on what's going on. A an Overwatch for Dummies, if that makes sense.
Ah, this is a cool segment. Overwatch for Dummies. Give it to me.
So it's a 5v5 game, apparently. That's what I've been told.
Yes, we did have a video evidence of that just a moment ago.
We did have video evidence of that. We're watching losers round 2, right? Okay, thank you, production. Cornell College versus Indiana University. Indiana University 3-0ing Illinois to get here, and Cornell losing to Briarcliff in the upper set.
Yes, you got it. This is exactly what
I can read a bracket.
Inside it. You're reading the bracket really well. I'm very proud of you for this. And Indiana University, this is their second time going against each other. They played each other yesterday. 3-1. Difference in strategies. Cornell College tend to stick to what is meta. You will not see them pivot very often. Indiana University, though, they are not letting the meta define them at all. They were playing Reinhardt. They were trying to push forward with a Widowmaker yesterday. They played the same map, actually, and they got both teams ended up in a situation where they were contesting second point. And that was the major point, was defending that second point. The first point would very quickly. Both sides did not hold it for very long. But that second point became a major deciding factor in the match roundup.
5, 4, 3.
Alrighty, we're getting into it. Map number 2. Cornell College up 1 already.
Aim to defend objective A.
They already got themselves in there. Zat the Pony has gone over to the Widowmaker. Didn't have good success on it.
There was a couple picks here. I saw them flicking through a couple. There was a Diva thought. There was a Hammond thought. They weren't sure what they were going for on the tag. But now we are here.
Yeah, look at it. It's hammer time, baby. Go ahead, swing around, but the minigun in the back is not something that's appreciated. The miniguns can be a little more powerful than a hammer getting swung around. Tries to go for a pin, gets a good repositioning, and I like this. Check it out. They do not have any shields, and this Widowmaker, right, is trying to pop them. They reposition in a good way for this deep push. It hurts so bad because all of a sudden you don't have LOS on anybody, and there's this big Samoan man who just jumps at you with double minigun, firing away onto you. Just really good stuff from Cornell College. This is the same thing we saw last time, where we saw Indiana University struggle with. They have a hard time pushing at this moment in time, just because of the fact the Widowmaker cannot get LOS. We saw most of their success actually come out from that money switching over to a Reaper, but this very first junction is so hard to Reaper.
Reaper's a close range carry, if I remember correctly, right?
Yes.
Okay, Widowmaker
Dual
famously
shotguns.
Sniper, not close range.
Yes.
Okay. When I said we were doing this for dummies, I really meant this.
I'm recognized. Oh, man.
This is what happens if you ever go, yeah, I could cast a game that I don't know.
Yeah. Normally it's something that I would ill advise against, but Mech, you're my hero right now, so I would not say that.
It's all good. So Widowmaker's got to hit a lot of shots here in order to do anything. Gizzy's just trying to be in the back line.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep flanking. That's just his
He's
job.
just marking Widow.
He's just gonna be. He wants the bots in the Widowmaker, and the Widowmaker can't get LOS on anybody. So even though there's no shields, like the biggest weakness to Widowmaker is she can't break her shields, right? She's meant to be able to pop the squishies in the back line, and if you run a comp like Magua, who doesn't have any shields, and you don't have any shields from anybody else, you should be at a weakness, right?
No more
because
Widow.
they're playing LOS, and the Widowmaker's constantly taken out by the engine, getting hard flanks onto them. They're doing a good job on this, but here goes. They're going in for a big push. That Pony had swapped over to the May. There's something that we saw from them yesterday as a pivot to go alongside with the Reinhardt. You can check out Kova popping the ultimate, getting a good amount of damage. Mischief, though, is going crazy with that Nano Blade, just tearing apart every single thing. That's the team kill. That's the big team fight dub that you were looking for Cornell College.
And it just becomes there's only a minute left now for Indiana University to take this first point, and they have not had. It feels like they haven't had any success to even get to the point, much less stand on the point. So they've got a lot of work to do here to get through. Hopefully the May helps out them. I do know the one thing I do know about May is she no longer slows on auto attack. It's not a thing.
Yeah, so She's got that little ice thrower. She doesn't freeze you, is what you're thinking.
Yeah, she doesn't freeze.
Yeah, she doesn't freeze you. She still slows you. She's still aggravating, but she doesn't freeze you anymore. But DNAT getting kill onto Mischief. Good little push back. Indiana University just is not having a good push against them. The way that they're utilizing this composition, Kings Row is a land of suffering for Indiana University as they're not able to find anything on it. They got the point up. They got a little weak capture up to 47.6%, but Shatter going through. It's a one-man Shatter. They're getting the healing on the Mago. They don't have anybody to stop the Mago from healing up. That's round 1 completed. Cornell College set the bar high.
Yeah, I mean, the second they get past that, it becomes very difficult for anyone to do anything, right? So, 47% is the thing to beat.
Initiating match.
With this composition, the thing about Cornell College is, like I was talking about before, they don't tend to pivot away from their composition ever.
They stick
They
to
just,
it.
they just
They'll
stick
dig
to
their
it.
grave.
But here's the thing: the comp
In
they're
a good
running
or
is
bad
like
way.
the best comp. So, in theory, it's really good that they're doing things the way they are. The hard shove, the hard dive, is wild from them.
Ready for battle.
47% is not a hard thing to do. You can check out that Indiana University has a different approach this time. DNAT's taking
Yeah.
a hit scan with the Cassidy. You see that Reaper for Zat the Pony is coming out, so a much more close range threat. They'll probably be holding in that little cubby area right beside the on the side, that reception area. And then with an Orisa does not give a shield anymore. So you're
That's a good
looking
thing
at
to know.
somebody who's
It's a
trying
very
to
good
hold
thing to know.
stable. Yeah, I was about to say, because last time you played Overwatch, it sounds like she had a shield. She does not have
Yes,
that shield anymore.
she did have a shield. Okay.
They did not have that shield, and she has a different ultimate as well now. She spins the staff right round, baby right round, and she brings everybody in an AoE.
I did know that from the 7 seconds of Overwatch 2 I played when it came out. So
Awesome.
yeah,
Glad
I got
they
that. I got that much.
me, assisting on it. Here comes the push,
Yeah.
though. Mischief.
How much damage is on the Orisa already? It's been like 6 seconds in.
The damage going to the Orisa, but that's the name of the game. It's just pushing to get you into a corner. Just saying, no. Stop it. All of that. That's really any good amount of damage, but check it out. They're just taking so much hurt.
So the tank over for Cornell is just making sure to be in front of everyone else. Ooh, Reaper coming around. A lot of damage.
Reaper
Final
is
deal.
the tank player, but is able to get the slay in
That's
there
47%.
from- Yep,
Isn't
that
it?
is 47%. Yep, that's going to be game. That is a team kill. That's all you needed. You just need one team kill for Cornell College, and that you get 47%. One team kill on this point means that you get first point.
Indiana University were never just kind of able to get in that far.
They never got a team kill. They would get like one member maybe, but
They couldn't break through the tank. That's all it was. Like there was no, they couldn't break through the Cornell College tank at any given point. And once they couldn't do that, it was kind of over for them.
it's almost like a moment in time where I kind of look over and I go, it would be a good idea if we could see like a like somebody who could just shred through HP very fastly. Is almost like something I would want to see. Like if you have a Bastion or something like that, somebody who can just go in there and mulch some of that HP. Maybe see that as an attempt. The hit scans just weren't working. On
No,
Kings Row.
you have to hit a lot of shots, and they were moving a lot, and they were making sure to heal up the second that they moved. So that way, it was once you hit them, you could hit them for a second, but you'd get healed up instantly regardless. So you did damage, but it was only like superficial damage. It was never actually doing anything realistically.
Now the question does come with Net's map selection, right? Because this is not grands like it was originally advertised, right? So it's not a best of 7. It should be a best of 5 then. So that means that we should be going into third map. And if we're going into third map, this means that there is match point in favor of Cornell College, who wants to run back against Briarcliff.
It seems that our next game mode is going to be Flashpoint, I believe it is.
Okay,
Trev, can you
yep.
explain to those of us who are less Overwatch aware what this is? I will not use the phrase in which I used in our production chat.
I
I want to apologize to all of the people here who came expecting me to know Overwatch. I'm really sorry to everyone.
So Flashpoint is very fast paced.
Okay.
Is the best way to bring it up. It is a capture, so it's
Okay.
a control type of mode.
Okay.
Pretty much you're going across a map. First team to control 3 of these capture points wins the match.
Okay.
Very fast paced. It's very in your face. You think
So it's
of
like-
it as King of the Hill. It's a version of King of the Hill. It's a great way.
I was
to
gonna say it's
describe
like domination from Call of Duty, but you have to get all 3 at the same
it-
time.
it's like well, no, it's not like you have to have all 3 at the same time. There's not 3 at the points at the same time. It's think of a hard
Oh, it's
point.
a point and then another point and then another point.
Think hard
Got
point for
it.
you.
Okay.
Like,
Hard
where
point.
it's like
Okay.
like it's just a rotating thing, and it's the first team to be able to fully control 3 points to 100%
3 points.
completion.
Okay.
So it's not about who has it the longest. It's about who gets the capture on the point.
Okay. Okay. I'm seeing it. I'm getting the vision.
It's a very fast-paced map. It's a very fast game type.
So-
last time that we saw these 2 teams go against each other, actually, Indiana University, I believe, actually won their 1 map on a Flashpoint round.
Okay. So are we looking for compositions that are going to sit and hold a point, or are we looking for like
Ready for
what you'd
battle.
call in battle royales like third party ones that are going to
So-
basically grab the point at the last possible second?
So a lot of the meta right now is a lot more focused on going for dives or brawls in terms of compositions. On this map in general that you're going to be looking at in front of you for Flashpoint is Savasa. It's going to be it's an open map.
5,
So you have a couple different like alleyways. You got a couple routes you can run in terms of the openness. But there are close quarters into it, so there's a lot of variety you can pull up into it. Last time we saw these 2 teams go against each other, Indiana University had a completely different kind of composition where they focused on a May to separate Magua from the rest of the team, and then just kind of do like a isolate and kill strategy. This time around with a Junker Queen, they are looking to brawl as well, but they also have people like a Junkrat, who is more of a hope-related champion. You can see damage being laid out already. They are tearing apart this Indiana squad because Junker Queen does not give any shield. She is somebody who wants to get up in your face and brawl out with you. And the strategy isn't really paying off for him. First control point is in the way of Cornell College, and now they're getting the percentage counting on over.
So this is it's a percent for both teams. A team has to get to 100% on a point
Exactly.
to capture that point. Okay.
That's what I was saying. It doesn't matter if you control it the longest because you can sit at 99 forever.
But then they'll grab it at the last second. Okay.
They
I'm
grab
seeing
it at the last moment and switch it over to 100%. And if they're able to control it and get 100% for themselves, hey, yo, that works out perfect. So right now, already at 40%. One more big push could come about. This mode is known to be very fast-paced and very chaotic. But with no shields, right, it's very hard for them to get in there. But Popo did get dropped immediately afterwards. You see DNAT and Set the Pony getting taken away, though. Genesis as well, Rip Squad. It only says who's here onto the point. And while they can brawl as much as they like, in numbers is not in their favor. That's a team kill. And surely that means that this first point is going to go over to Cornell College.
So first point there now means that we get to the point will move. So does Cornell College know the next point ahead of time? Can they kind of give this point up at the end and start working on the next one?
So once the point is captured, it will highlight what the next point is going to be. So this one's put out. You can see that the flash point has now been announced, and the next flash point unlocks in 30 seconds. So everybody now has 30 seconds to run over to where the next flash point's going to be. Getting positioning there means that you're in a stronger situation. Indiana University was the first one. You can see their strategy's already changed that. The Pony's gone away from the Junkrat back over to May. They're trying to go in. Kitsune guide you. They're using their ultimates already. They want a hard force control over this. Success is gone. DNAT gone. Genesis gone. Ripscott gone. Everybody RIP 6 feet under.
So how bad is this for Indiana University? Because they're all actually up now, and now the flashpoint unlocks. That it felt like that was a team fight that may have been a little bit early.
So it is. It's very much so early for them, but the fact of the matter is Cornell College, they have to figure out a way to use their ult. So this is that Indiana University opted for a play there. They do not have much. They're using all their ultimates to try and regain positioning now. Cornell College, they're in a phenomenal spot for themselves because they use their ultimates to gain positioning, and Indiana University, they're using every single bit of their resources to try and push in. You can see Archie slaying in so much damage. They have their ultimate available. Mitch's has their Glade available as well. High Noon is available. They have a lot of tools to be able to push them off on it, and they still have control over the point. But they did just take down Archie. So this is going to be a cap. Indiana University gets some momentum swinging back in their favor.
Tank goes down means everything else goes down. So everyone else is up now for Cornell. They'll make a concerted push here and wait for their tank to get in front. But this is the first bright spot we've seen from Indiana University in the last, last map into this map.
I mean, yeah, it is a great thing for them, but now they have to contest about their ultimate available for them. Cornell College did just lose Kova. The blade has been unsheathed. They are saying they want to bring it on out. High Noon coming out, but that's DNAT trying to find a pop, but doesn't find success with that. May just buying a bit of time. The Junker Queen is there, but Says is dropped down very low, is the only member still alive onto the point. That is going to be Mischiefs finishing off that kill, and the point recaptured in favor of Cornell College.
It does kind of feel like if the tank goes down, the team goes down. That's the general.
That's pretty much.
That's generally what I'm getting here.
Tank is very important.
Tank go down, team go down, and this Junker Queen just kind of feels like she's dying a lot quicker than the Mauga is.
They're going in, and you can see that cage match lay down. Maga just saying, "Hey, you guys are all stuck in here with me," and that sucks for the side of Indiana University because they're not going to be able to get onto the flashpoint because of that. If you're not aware, Maga's ultimate puts you back into an AoE. It's a shell. It's a shield that's going from the outside looking in, and everybody is chained down if you're caught inside of it, and you have to just fight this big old beefcake of a Samoan.
I'm glad you said if you don't know what it is, because I did not know what it was. So thank you for that.
I got you. I got you.
There they are. Get ready. Flashpoint unlocks in
But
10 seconds.
so right now, current thing is 2 up is Cornell College. Indiana University cannot lose a point. The scary thing for them is the fact that since they have this, the meta basically focuses around Juno, which is the new support that has released.
Yeah, that's the purple Astro.
Yes, they are very speed focused. They empower speed, so they get to get that push in. But May calling in the Blizzard inside of it, trying to get control. Kova gets a nice dead eye, getting in a lot of damage and getting a kill on Suzette the Pony. That means Indiana University, they got the point for a little bit of time, got a little bit of percentage built up, but Cornell College are the ones that come out on top, and you can see them. After they capture it, they immediately said, all right, we got to start pushing up on top, and now Zat the Pony, after using their ultimate, they've switched over the Tracer, but immediately getting popped.
Tracer has never had a lot of health, and it feels really bad right there if you're playing the Tracer. You just get popped so quickly. Do anything?
Big ultimate coming up in the Junker Queen. There's a lot of anti-healing that they're able to present. They immediately get dropped down and get hard focused because they were the only one on the push, and every single member of Cornell College just completely isolate, pick up the kills. That is another team kill, and now it's time. There's enough time for one final push from Indiana University. Their tournament lives on the line.
What can they do here? They need to take out this tank over on Cornell College. They've got him down to half health. Mostly gone, actually. Yeah, he's getting pumped up.
Yo, Rizpod actually got taken out, though. Look, the team members Mischief yet again has been so deadly on this Genji. Has just tore apart every single bit of the support that they have. Says got onto the point to try and force overtime, but it does not matter. The rest of the squad was there. They keep everything good. Cornell College pick up the dub. That is a 3-0 in their favor.
Felt very dominant. It didn't
Yes.
feel like Indiana University, not just this map, but this match has felt very, very one-sided so far. Feels like once Cornell kind of got going, and it did not take much for them to get going, that they didn't give up anything. Put their foot on the gas and just kind of went.
It did feel like Indiana, because remember they did play each other yesterday. I feels like Indiana went back and said, all right, this is going to be our strategy going into this next matchup. We're going to switch things around this way. We're going to have a different idea of how we kind of want to go about things. And I think that they just fell flat. I think they theory crafted because remember, they lost 3-1. So they are like, something has to change.
They may have cooked a smidge too hard.
They could too hard, but it's because of the fact that Cornell College made them cook. They said, all right, we had to go back into the kitchen. So sometimes when you theory craft to try and beat a team like that, who is just playing what is the bog standard and is really good at doing that, that sometimes just happens.
Yeah, I mean, if you know you're not going to win via conventional methods, there's no shame in taking a shot for unconventional methods.
Yeah, sometimes you got to shoot from the hip, and sometimes a shot doesn't hit. That's just how it goes. But that does mean Cornell College does move on to grand finals, where Briarcliff, who has been very dominant, has had the fastest matchup in the tournament, actually, where they had gotten a 3-0 in like under 10 minutes. It's Briarcliff is a dominant team, and they are a tournament favorite sitting inside the grand finals just from the dominant performances they've shown on stream. So you got to keep your eyes out, keep yourself settled, because let me tell you, it's going to be brutal. You got to be prepared if you're Cornell College.
Cornell College have a lot coming for them here, but it's a good thing for them to get out with this momentum, to have like a win going into this. They can try and keep their run going.
So I'm just trying to get clarification at the current moment in time, because I did see on our schedule that we had for the stream, it said Overwatch Grand Finals, and then we go into Rocket League.
But that was not the grand finals.
But that was not Grand Finals. That was lower finals.
That's correct.
So I am trying to find out exactly if we are continuing with more Overwatch on the day, or like what we have going on. So is it going to be more Overwatch? Is it going to be more Rocket League? Not entirely sure on which we're going to go for. Trying to figure out what we have set up for ourselves here on the day. Either one, we're in for a brilliant showcase.
I'm very excited. Rocket League, carball soccer. What more could you ask for? Overwatch, you get to hear more of what we just saw. Looks like we've got Rocket League finals next in about 15 minutes, though, so it seems we'll be going there.
Okay, so it looks like we will be going over to Rocket League, so we're going to take ourselves a short break, get ourselves a moment to relax, and then we will be right back with some Rocket League. So make sure you do not touch that browser, as we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome on over back to the Unified Clash over at the Purdue Northwest. My name's Travis. I'm joined here with Mechatronic. Are you ready? It's your red engine revved up, Mecha, because we got some Rocket League in front of us.
Foot is on the gas or the right trigger, or W, I guess, depending on how you play.
Depending on how you play, what's your preferred controller?
I'm a controller guy. So it's right trigger. But yeah, Rocket League. We got a fun match for you all today. It's Purdue Northwest University, the hometown heroes, against Michigan State University in the finals. Do you have a little bit of an update on the on how this is gonna work? It was originally supposed to be a best of 7. Now we have a best of 5 with a bracket reset. So if Michigan State University do win this, we will have another best of 5 directly after, and we are already in the game.
We're already in the game, engines revved and ready to go. Last time these two teams went against each other, another fun fact you'd be able to take note of is the fact that Purdue Northwest, they beat Michigan State last time, of course, as they were in the winner bracket. It was a reverse sweep to make that happen. So Purdue Northwest lost the first 2 rounds against Michigan State, and then it turned into a reverse sweep angle. We even had overtime as well, so we could be in for a long haul in today's series for the finals. And we already see Bomber Wild starting things off for Purdue Northwest.
Nice little aerial there. Nice pass to the other guy. In the middle. There we go.
Flippy-do all over. Just textbook centering the ball to set up for the shot. Clear as can be. Michigan State are fighting their demons from the lower bracket, and right in front of them is the demon that sent them there, Purdue Northwest. And we're talking about reverse sweep. It's got to be in the back of the mind of Michigan State, but they got to remember they got to win those rounds before they can get anywhere.
And goal won't stop anything. Still 4 minutes left in the match. Pretty early in here. Sean with a nice little denial. Kicking it out.
Take note of Michigan State in their runs in through the lower bracket earlier on. Found themselves in situations where they were time and time again individuals from the team showcasing their talent. Michigan State had games where it would be one player that really stood out amongst them all. Against Purdue Northwest, you're going to have the whole squad firing on all cylinders to beat Purdue Northwest. Looking for a shot opportunity, but Nebulous was able to find their way into the pocket. Nice little lob, it's centered up. Beautiful textbook pass there. And that was gorgeous setup by Skybreak.
Yeah, nice little tip there, right down off the wall, right into dribbles, like right into the car there. So really nicely done to make sure it gets into the goal, ties it all up one more.
Very good tap just to get everything going. And they find another quick breakaway, and Skybreaker, we actually had seen this before a lot yesterday, where these off-pitch tip-offs just go the favor of MSU. MSU had so many goals yesterday off of just the pitch, so you can see some things are staying the same for MSU.
Yeah, and those are kind of free. Like, if you can get those, you take those every day of the week. It's the freest goal you're going to get all day.
So now Dribble goes ahead, gets the ball, carries it on over. Good intercept coming in. Purdue Northwest has been known for some good defense on the day. Bomber Wild go ahead and set up the play for the team. Nebulous going to get in there. A big key member that was key in their previous matchup. S and Bomber Wild were very, very big. S being Sean, who was very, very key in being able to get some of those goals, show that they had that composure to make that reverse sweep happen. Yes.
Nice little defense there from Nebulous, able to tip it just out into the corner. It's still in a little bit of a dangerous position. It'll be kicked out now towards the orange side, towards the Michigan State side.
And that was just a good goal coming in there. Check it out. This is just a little pop-off. Nebulous is the one that gets it. It goes off the wall. Interception. Bomber Wild grabs the interception. You can see Gribble trying to intercept the ball. They saw the play unfolding in front of them. It was in front of them, but they could not stop it. They did not have enough boost to get into that situation. Now it is a tied-up game with less than 2.5 minutes remaining.
A little poke towards the goal. It's obviously not going to go anywhere. There's enough players sitting on defense, but Sean's able to center it for a minute.
Doing a good job centering it. keeping the ball in a steady place, but open net immediately sends Gribble into a panic, like, oh man, this is my moment. But immediately the quick interception by 2 members from Purdue Northwest. A little bit of a scary situation if neither got it, but they both were able to get in position. Now Gribble trying to carry over the ball, and just barely Sean was there on him.
Yeah, I mean, Sean was sitting in the goal the whole time, making sure that it was able to get through, but they're still having trouble clearing this here. It's a relentless barrage of attacks. Finally, Bomber Wild's got it free. Ron does destroy Gribble for a moment.
It's a nice little kill. Sometimes you play Car Soccer, sometimes you play Twisted Metal. That is the thing. But, you know, over here, it
Ooh,
still
nice
goes right
hit.
back to Car Soccer. Beautiful pass coming in from Bomber Wild. And you can see just Sean just down here ready, calling it out. Good call out, good passes. I like this look received from Purdue Northwest.
Right, this feels really good from Purdue Northwest. The way that they're playing feels repeatable, right? Michigan State did get that one goal from the kickoff. It looked like it could have been another kickoff goal there for a second, but they got that one goal from the kickoff. And other than that, it feels like Purdue Northwest have kind of had their reins this entire game so far.
Tries ahead and gets a little pop off for him. Was an ironclad force inside of MSU yesterday on that defense, and you can see they're trying to rely on him a little bit again, but this time Baltic switching over to offense. Good tap coming from Purdue Northwest. Actually ruined the momentum. Gribble was actually in a very good position to swing in for a goal, but good readjustment. Reposition that ball a little bit. That is the name of the game. Nebula trying to center up a ball, but Balti intercepting, carrying it on over to the other side.
The tap up is it's ready for someone to grab, but Sean's going to just adjust it in air a little bit, making sure none of the Michigan State members can get to it.
That's a very good stuff from Purdue Northwest, though, by doing these big, long, lofty lobs. These slow ball, playing a slow ball is very good whenever you have a lead, especially because there's only 15 seconds left remaining. You got to get one more shot, and the clock is running out. MSU wants to get back into things. The ball is on their side of the field. They're going to be looking for a long lob. Almost a goal scored on themselves as they miss that on defense. Hits off the bar, and it's going to be Nebulous getting one final score, a buzzer beater to just give them that nail in the coffin.
I mean, here's the thing: it's 0 seconds. What does it matter if the score is 3-2 or 4-2? Purdue Northwest, though, will take. I believe that is a game win. First game done.
Win for game win number 1 going over their way. And you said, what does it matter? It does matter in the sense of momentum, right? There is a sense of how is the player's mental going from it. It always feels bad to be in that situation where you're looking for that scoring opportunity and the ball just gets stolen away from you and gets hit like that. On the bright side of things, this is like an impromptu break for them, right? Where they kind of get the moment to kind of shake it off. So you get to shake it off. But momentum so far is favoring Purdue Northwest.
Hey, I see Bolte not readying up here yet. Just giving himself a couple seconds, giving Michigan State a couple seconds to see if they can come back, get their mind in the right place.
Now shake it off. That is all you can do in this situation. So A-OK, completely understandable. But the question does remain, how do you go about it? How do you get stuff going for yourself? How do you reset? MSU's going to have to show us that. They haven't had a situation in which they've reverse swept anybody in the bracket. They have always been the leader in their victories. 3 O's across the board for them.
See what happens. Start. No first starting goals, at least for the moment. Nebulous is sprinting down, no one there. Finally, someone does show up.
Good ball control coming in. As you see a good little lofty bump there. The ball is centered up for a possible shot. Good presence of mind. Right spot at the right time. Another lofty lob right above the goalpost. You getting a lot of long crosses across the map, but nobody's actually turning these into scoring opportunities, and it might just get swept around on his head.
Skybreaker's there.
Skybreaker. Right place, right time.
Just there at the last possible second to make sure it goes through, but Bolte's not out of this yet. His ball is still deep in the right territory for Purdue Northwest to try and score something. Finally gotten out now.
side is going to be able to get a nice little tap in there. Sean trying to get his shot in.
Nicely
That was
done.
right there on point. Michigan State. Boltzy's going to be looking at that one as the one that got away.
Yeah, Nebulous is. They've been playing defense in the right place at the right time for the Northwest. It feels like so many of these shots from Michigan State across the first game, this game as well, have just been close. But there's just a guy there.
At all times, there's always somebody there ready to play spoilers. Scary situation when the ball got halted on its momentum. You can see Michigan State almost turn around and said, wait a second, we can get this ball. This is a scoring opportunity. Bolty with a swing and a miss. Gribble, though, will go ahead and resuscitate it. Gets a dribble in there. Gets the demo and just breaks some axles on the way in. Gribble just showing what it means to have control over the ball.
I mean, nice little dribble just right into the goal, making sure no one can get to it, playing a little defense at the same time as playing the offense. Michigan State's got their first lead of the series so far.
Immediately get in there, but no more of that. Nebulous going in for a possible scoring opportunity after the contention that came across the ball. Michigan State doing a good job on the ball control for themselves as ball just gets lofted up into the air. And Bomber Wild. It's another little tap in for themselves. Grabbing hold of everything. Gets the ball on the center up. Is looking to do a little flick in there, but got away from him a little bit on the play.
Yeah, just not enough in the air. Ooh.
That's lofted
Shot
right
looked
in.
close, but Gribble was in the right place at that time. It feels like it's just next man up opportunities here for Michigan State, just trying to make sure that the next guy is ready to go.
Ooh, that was scary. That was scary. Centered up the ball, and you saw Michigan State actually go for
Ooh.
the swing there. But yet again, Bomber World going for another scoring opportunity. Gribble is there, playing the gatekeeper on the post. Cannot get past Gribble at this current moment in time. Purdue Northwest still looking for a scoring opportunity. About 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, but it also
and tie things up.
It also feels like he can't get past Nebulous. He's playing the same role that Gribble's playing in the back of the net.
Well, it doesn't do you any good at the current moment in time.
No.
because Michigan State have a score up. You got to get that score on Michigan State. You could have your own gate guardian, but the fact of the matter is they got past them once already.
Got past him once, and they're going to try and see if they can get past him again. Just a minute 45 left in this second game. A lot lower scoring than the first one, at least to start. That could change.
State playing a good controlled style here. Keeping the ball along themselves, going side to side, arena to arena, trying to go post to post. Good interception, but nobody is there to do anything from Purdue Northwest. Got a minute left on the clock, just a little over. Here it goes, shot on the point. It's intercepted yet again. Skybreaker did play interference.
I mean, it is truly next man up.
Skybreaker
A
there
little
again.
high.
Skybreaker's there again. Sean looking to do it, trying to break some ankles, but there's 3 members deep inside of the goalpost. Not going to turn into a scoring opportunity. Looked like it could have been possibly one, but the D is just too impeccable from MSU.
They could tie this up very quickly. You said before, the last time they played this was a reverse sweep for Purdue Northwest. It's looking just as close as that.
As close, MSU pushing in and stuff over for themselves. Good tap by Skybreaker. Looking to continue their control over the game. MSU, 20 seconds left on the clock. They want to play a game of keep away, and they play dangerous ball. Purdue Northwest finally getting control, but they cannot maintain it. MSU's ball position has been legendary inside of this game.
Ball just getting stopped just outside the post. It's brutal for Michigan State. Trying to see if they can get one more thing left here. Ball's up in the air.
Ball's up in the air, but they let it drop. MSU takes game number 2, and now we're tied up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1. Going into game number 3. Again, this is a best of 5 with a bracket reset. So if Michigan State University win through, it will be another best of 5 after. It just does seem that the Michigan State defense has been very good as we continue on through, right? They are making sure that nothing is hitting into their goal and getting 1 or 2 shots onto the Purdue Northwest goal every single time they touch the ball.
Now with a 1-1, MSU versus Purdue Northwest. The interesting theory that comes across inside of this best of series is the fact that with a 1-1, you're in a situation where you have technically a little bit of control inside of the lobby. You have that little bit of control to make things happen. MSU, this is their demon. They're looking to be a demon slayer inside of this grand final.
I mean, well, here's the thing, right? MSU have to continue what they're doing in that in that game that we just played. Purdue Northwest, they had a very high scoring first game, but we didn't see any scores in this last game. So they got to start getting more on the offensive side. They got to break through the Michigan State defense here. Maybe trying to cross a little bit more could be a possibility. Two 50-50s in the middle. Neither team will be able to get anything from them.
Getting in there, Bomber Wild. Getting a bit of the centering there. Purdue Northwest. You got Sean coming in there. Tried to float up like a butterfly, sting like a bee, but unfortunately the stinger was not there. Bolty instead is going to be the one that has a little bit of spice to their bite. Bomber Wild looking to take control over the ball. Good drop up into the middle of the air, but it's intercepted by Skybreaker, who is taking complete control over the ball. Nobody's there at the current moment in time. They're looking to center it up, but cannot find that center ball that they were looking for, as it was heavily contested.
But even when they're trying to center, it feels so close that they got a man marked on every single person here.
Getting those shots on ball point. Purdue Northwest, we've seen that they know how to be able to play some good defense. We know Purdue Northwest can play some good offense. We know the same can be said for Michigan State, as that ball was devastatingly close onto the corner. Sean's going to be there for the interception. Both good redirect and get in there. Nebula saw it coming, playing some good defense. The ball gets sent back over to the post.
It's back over to the post, but it seems like they're so close on every possibility here for Purdue Northwest, but they just cannot get the last couple of inches.
Northwest is getting those inches in there, but it's MSU who's there at the last little
millimeter.
bit. Yeah, it's just like a millimeters left, and all of a sudden MSU has a member coming in. It's like they got a phantom fourth person in there, but hey, yo, right off of the post, they got a demo that happened right as that happened. Yet again, another goal scored off the back end of a demo, and nobody there to defend with the numbers disadvantage. Open post means open goal. MSU looking to coast their way into a Game 2 victory. They can keep this lead and replicate the success from last round.
I was just trying to go for something early here. It's not going to get it. It'll just get popped out to the corner. Again, MSU looking a lot like last game. Scored a goal early. Now the question is, can the defense continue the same way it was earlier? Super stout, super stalwart. You just make sure to kick everything away, clear it out.
Everything's going. Love this centered up attempt. Bolty was there to sink that ball in, but Bomber making sure nothing could happen as a result. Sean trying to get a little bit of offense. You gotta applaud how MSU has played this defense, just constantly intercepting and being inevitable for what they have to deal with. They look at that. They played so well as an individual, but there's no way to deal with it when they just all crowd around the ball like that, and they just stop. They suffocate the amount of options that you have.
They're playing Bolty ball, which is the new term for bully ball here, right? They're just forcing it down their throats every single time, taking shot after shot after shot at the goal, and eventually they get this one demo, and the second you get the demo, you now have a power play. You now have an advantage. One guy will be open.
See, right? Like Purdue Northwest, they're trying to center up the ball for like a shooting opportunity. Bomber Wild has had multiple times where they've gotten up there, but it's the fact that whenever the setup comes about, there's always somebody there at the net. That was a scoring opportunity that Sean is going to have on them in their nightmares. That was an equalizer that was staring them right in the face, but the flip was not good. It's hard to get that flip correct in that scenario, and Sean is feeling it.
A little tip in all direction. And the follow-up there won't get anything.
That was a terrifying spot. Gribble just ran out of boost, which made things a little bit easier for him. Oh, a swing and you miss. Sean not able to hit the ball on point at the current moment in time. see them going back, getting ready for defense. They got 93 on the boost, so they can carry this ball on over. They got a couple flips that they can possibly do, but Skybreaker, they had to play interception yet again. Bomber wants to go in a direct shot on goal, but two members defense is just too much for this one individual to take on. Purdue Northwest with a minute left, you gotta get a goal in there.
Oh, close. Nicely done from Bomberwild, threading the gap. Just a little bit of a thread hole right there in the defense, and nobody get behind it.
Yeah, Multi was trying to back up for some reason. They weren't able to jump up to contest it. And you can see the rest of the members of MSU were trying to circle around behind to cover. But like you were talking about, it was Bomberwild who saw that advantageous situation. He said, oh, he wasn't able to jump. He couldn't jump for it. This is my moment. Just loading up, getting into that shot. Gorgeous play. Gribble looking to try and get their lead back into the game. It is all tied up, which means overtime has a high likelihood of happening with only 30 seconds left on the clock. But Bomberwild says they do not want OT. They want to center it on up. Nobody was there to follow up on the play. Sean will get the interception to stop the goal from being in the currents, possibly. And we're back over to a game in the middle of the field.
This is where it's going to stay for the last couple seconds. At least that's where Michigan State is kind of hoping at this point. Both teams looking to make it to overtime, not let anyone score a goal. Offense is taking the back burner for the moment too. Just making sure they don't lose this game here.
Where it gets scary though. Look at that. Sean looking for a scoring opportunity. Bomberwild keeps the ball on up. It's over in MSU side of things. All it takes is one lob. There it goes. Gravity does its thing. OT now in round number 3.
You start off all over to the side instantly. We've been seeing a lot of these starts go. Two players collide, then another two players collide. This time only one. And already Sean scores straight from the middle.
I was going to reference the last time these two teams had an OT. It did go the way of Purdue Northwest, and it happened within the first 10 seconds of play. Yet again, this time at 11 seconds. Still, Purdue Northwest showing that they are calm, cool, and collected right off the get-go on the overtime. And you can look and see the amount of shots made. Possession felt like it was in favor of MSU. They held onto the ball, but Bomberwild, just 5 shots that were attempted to be made, and then 4 saves as well. They were playing offense, they were playing defense, they were all over the field.
Michigan State University, it felt like the shot choice was a lot better for Michigan State. Felt like they weren't taking as many shots, but if they took a shot, they were going to make it.
This was a great matchup, but this is where it gets scary for any of the Michigan State University fans, as now Purdue Northwest, the hometown heroes, are at match point. And remember, they are coming in from the upper bracket, which means they only got to win one time. Here we go, as we are already seeing right off the pitch, they contesting each other right off the get-go.
Oh, it's a little far to the right, I believe. Sean's just trying to see if he can do exactly what he did in the overtime of the last game. His aerial goals early.
For a good lofty ball here, but nobody's at net. That is heartbreaking for Purdue Northwest, but it is something that Gribble can cheer about. This was just a clear that came about, and it turned into a shot on goal.
I mean, you see Sean recognizing instantly that there was no space, that there was way too much space, right? That they had given up trying to go on this full offensive kick.
Brutal on it. Getting a little top. Purdue Northwest yet again now in the back seat. MSU is driving, playing whatever song they want. No aux cable will be passed today, as Purdue Northwest
Not
now
yet.
have to regain the lead. They have plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of time for either team. 4 minutes into this 4th match.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They're looking for it. Ball bouncing off to the side. Going in. And just a little bounce right off the top of it. Not going to find anything. Northwest. And their shots set up, but nothing solidified for themselves. Michigan State doing that great job of controlling the ball like we were talking about before, where Michigan State just wants to hold onto the ball. Look at how they're just playing with the corner there. They're just like, yeah, no, we can just play time.
If Michigan State, I think they feel very comfortable if they were able to surround the ball with 3 different cars on all sides and just kind of keep it there. Yeah, just hold the ball.
Hold the ball! Bummer Wild will not let that happen. We'll let you know that right now. With
No.
explosive authority, they are making sure to constantly be chasing down the ball. PNW. What they can. Got a demo in the middle. Nebulous got the KO onto Skybreaker, but they have respawned. They've gone back from the garage. They got all their pieces back together. Regain that boost. Get yourself going. Michigan State. Oh, that was a tricky contest. Gribble almost get the shot on goal.
It is so close right now. Like, I understand that the game 1 score did not look particularly close. And it is incredibly close right now.
Last game 1, remember, it was 4-2, but it was a goal scored at the very, very last moment. And remember, this was a group that reversed, let Michigan State to get their spot into the upper bracket. Virginia Northwest find the equalizer, and it is off the back of a clear. Nebulous finally finding space in which they can get in there.
And it almost wasn't. It almost wasn't too. Gribble was there. It tipped off the car a little bit wrong.
Oh, that's an awkward contest. Skybreaker.
Oh, that's a little bit more awkward.
Yep. You can see the hesitation that happened here. In fact, this is awkward because the fact everybody contested the ball was at a hog. You saw Skybreaker wait to be like, should I use all my boost to like swing in? Bomber said, yes, I will. And just swung in. Purdue Northwest has grabbed the lead within 10 seconds of each other and gotten 2 goals.
And they're starting to clear already. They're starting to push really hard on the gas pedal now.
Right on from Purdue Northwest is the way they go all the way. Maybe Gribble trying to get that equalizer for themselves, but now Purdue Northwest finds themselves in the driver's seat. That odds cable has been passed over. Purdue Northwest said, this is my song, this is my jam, and we are just out here. This is exactly what they want us to hear. Purdue Northwest, we need to still play some defense, and no, from this squad, they're not satisfied with just playing defense. They want to get that offense in there. They want to get an extra goal. They want that cushion, man.
Yeah, it does feel like through this series that Purdue Northwest has determined the best defense is more offense, is to score more points than the other team.
Oh no, that's an awkward.
Oh,
Sean.
It's up in the middle though.
In the air.
They're not clear yet.
Gribble is there to intercept. Pulte. Find the shot on target, and that was a tragic scramble that almost felt like it happened there. But what a save on that! What a recovery!
It feels like they couldn't clear it quick enough, and it kind of forced them back even more. Fabric's just trying to prevent anything now.
Over there in front of the net, making sure no shots will get past them. Good catch up by Sean as they go in. Bomber Wild a little bit off the
There
post.
you go, Nebulous.
Hey, Nebulous says we'll take it post to post. Gets that score off the rebound.
Yeah, I mean, good big pass over to Bomber Wild. Bomber Wild just chucks it off the side, gets into Nebulous, takes the defender with him.
Great presence to be in the right place at the right time to be able to get that score. Now that is the cushion. It's the grand finals. Michigan State has to score 2 goals in under a minute. That is a terrifying spot for Michigan State because one more goal would be all it would be tragically difficult for them to make a comeback from there. It's not impossible from this time period, but they gotta find a scoring opportunity quick.
And here's the thing, right now, Purdue Northwest feel very confident just leaving a person behind on their offensive attacks.
Oh, do they?
Except for right there, they were feeling confident. Now there's a little less confidence.
30 seconds left on the clock. Overtime could be in front of us. MSU, 30 seconds left. They're going to go hot and ready for this pitch. Get ready.
I mean, you're looking there for those instant goals that Michigan State got at least earlier today. They got it before.
Do it again with the timer ticking down. Bolty, good interception, a long lob. That was a scoring opportunity, but because of this Skybreaker has to get the interception. The timer is ticking down. 5 seconds left on the clock. It's just ticking away. Bomber says, hey, I'm going to go for a score inside. Sean, yet again, a buzzer beater to solidify their dub. That is Purdue Northwest. They are your champions here, as they are going to pick up a victory 3-1.
I mean, other than that second game they played that Michigan State took the win, it felt mostly Purdue was in control the entire time. You could argue in that third game when it went to overtime that it wasn't, but it kind of just felt like Purdue had their place, knew what they wanted their play style to be, and executed well on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we look over to Purdue Northwest. We look over to what they were able to achieve. Their journey inside of this was a fun one to watch, just because not only were they the hometown heroes, but also, like I said, they had probably the most interesting ride, right? They went through an upper bracket where one of their games, which was against Michigan State, was a reverse sweep. You don't get to see that every day. And then they went uncontested throughout the rest of the upper bracket. They face off against the same team that they reverse swept, and then in convincing 3-1 fashion are able to come out as victorious. That is a great showcase for them. I'm sure they're happy. They don't have to make a big travel. They get to send everybody home and say, yeah, we're the champs. Yeah, they got to get to chill as the hometown heroes.
Yeah, 10-15 minute walk back to the dorms. Get a nice medal on your on you. Have a little trophy. Have a little swag in your step as you go home. The Midwest champs, at least this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's still good to say on it here, but here we go. We're getting into things. Congratulations to Purdue Northwest. I mean, great stuff from them. Great showcase. Glad to see that they were able to. It's not every day we get to see a LAN hosted at the arena and the hometown hero gets to kind of come in. It's always a heartwarming story, but you got to give credit where it's due. I think Bomber is definitely the hero for this one. Definitely my MVP here inside the grand finals.
He was excellent. I mean, just consistent barrage against the goal. I do want to bring up Nebulous. He was playing two-way the entire time, right? He got the goals where it mattered, but he was also the guy all the way back, making sure that Michigan State was not scoring goals, right? He was the guy all the way in the net, making sure that it wasn't going. And without the defense, I don't think they win in such the fashion that they do.
All right, but we still got more games ahead of us. The MEC, the Midwest clash here at Purdue Northwest is not over just yet. We still got League of Legends. We got the grand finals for League of Legends coming up, so do not touch that browser as we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back to the Midwest Clash over here at Purdue Northwest. My name's Travis Z. I'm joined here at Mechatronic. Mecha, we're getting ready for our final game of the day. We got some good old League of Legends to finish us off. We're in the grand finals, baby.
We're full circle for the day. We started off the day with League of Legends. We're finishing off the day with League of Legends. And, well, we're finishing off the day with neither team that we started with. So we started with Briarcliff Roosevelt University. Roosevelt University won that game, went to go play against Columbia College. Columbia College won there, and now we have a rematch of the upper bracket finals, Grandview versus Columbia College.
Should be a good time. Should be a good time. We didn't get to see a look of either of these teams, just because of the fact of the stream having so many technical difficulties yesterday. We didn't get to see some of the league games that had happened, so it'll be fun to see what kind of form that these players are in on the day. Grandview, of course, heavy favorites coming in here. They are the resident kings of the Midwest. Though they did get dethroned in the previous year, they are definitely hungry and ready for more competition inside this series, and they want to go ahead and take on their own championship. As we're going to go ahead and get right on into the draft between these two teams. You can already see there's a plethora of mid lane bans.
Yeah, the mid laners are quite good here. As I had asked for last night, no one fulfilled my bounty for what it's worth. Jigqual is the mid laner for Grandview University and is, well, last year was one of the best players in the MEC, possibly the best player. Banning him is probably the best thing that Columbia College could do.
Makes a lot of sense to go for it. We actually had Fun fact, we did like votes and stuff like that on MEC All Team. Jinqual was almost always up there towards the very top and was actually most valuable player voted amongst the players themselves, which I thought was very impactful, showing the amount of respect shown inside of the mid lane. But that is neither here nor there. First pick, Skarner coming out. Misses their kind, but will not be missed too deeply by players because they're automatically grabbing them, putting them on the first pick, and looking to be a menace on the Rift.
It's being played more than pre-rework.
That's true.
I'd like
Very true.
I liked pre-rework Skarner. I'm one of 3 people.
Do you miss your kind?
I do miss old Skarner. Yone will be the pick here for Grandview. It could go a couple different places for Grandview. I feel fully confident in their ability to swap between places, but this Sejuani, if picked, will be going directly into Castle's hands.
Yeah, typically from the last time we got to see GVU, this would be ideally a more of a mid lane pick. But like I said, we haven't gotten our look actually at Grandview. So I'm actually kind of curious if this is going to be a different treat that we were not expecting. Because typically GVU's strategy was to play around team fighting. They would play with the mid lane being their main focus. They would play into the mid game. Played a very bog standard game where it was just like, all right, I want objectives. We want to control objectives. We want to fight at 15 minutes. We win fight at 15 minutes. We win game for the and that is just their simple formula for success. And they did it better than anybody else, and nobody else except for like Purdue Northwest back then. Shout out to their League of Legends team was able to dethrone them.
Now I'm looking at these bans. I don't see Corki, and Corki is the champion that I associate with Jinqual most. Maybe Syndra as well, but Syndra is definitely banned. But Corki is a big Jinqual pick, and I would not be surprised for it to still be.
Now remember though, when Jinqual played Corki beforehand, that was old Corki. That was packaged.
I do,
Corki.
yes.
So a completely different play style. I actually don't think it's a Jinqual pick anymore. Jinqual could probably still play it, but I don't think it's as much of a pick because remember they played around the package timers, and that was the big thing with it. So they still, I actually think it's a very smart idea. We've actually seen it go a little bit more down towards the bot side recently too, as of late. So you can see GVU getting a lot of standard picks for himself. This Poppy is also a flex pick, can be played in the support role if you so choose. It works out really well into Rel, so I like this. Marksman still being up becomes the question mark for me. I'm looking at the marksman. I go, all right, you already got rid of Ash Zaya, right? Those are 2 AD carries that are very, very prolific. I'm looking over at the rest, and I'm like, all right, what else do y'all have that y'all would not want to play against? I think AD carry is probably the simplest to ban if I'm Columbia.
Yeah, I'm looking Kai'Sa Jinx right now for either team. I think that's kind of your next set of ADs. I don't even know that Zaya's really should be that far up there, but hey, it's banned already.
Zaya has some pretty good stuff at the current moment in time, so I definitely get it, especially if somebody plays a lot of it. Makes sense to get rid of it. CC, one last ban. They got rid of Urgot, so no Urgot to be seen, which means that they are diving into the niche picks that this top laner can play from Columbia College. Urgot's not a traditional top laner, though, not weak, and in the Mordekaiser as well. So they're just getting rid of these off-tank carries that can be the juggernauts, if you will, in the top side of the map.
I mean, if they're looking to play through it here, like if they're looking to play through top lane, Urgot and Mordekaiser are pretty 2 good safe blind picks. You're assuming Poppy's going to go support. I do like the Varus ban. I mean, Nightstar was really good on basically every AD carry he played last year, but Varus definitely was one of them that he was very good on.
Most played.
Yeah.
Does draw into the question of what is the carry option for GVU. I think you lock in your bot lane here, so that way you can kind of keep it. You lock in your AD carry here, so you can keep the mystery. But no, they grab Gragas and add another layer to the mystery instead. So now you got a Gragas that could flex between support and top. You have the Poppy that could flex between support and top. So CC, they have to blind pick still in this own way because of the fact that they did this. It's more likely, I would say, that it's a Gragas top, but
my assumption going into this is it's a Gragas top. What does Columbia College pick in? Like, I see that they're Ornn hovering. I don't mind Ornn, but I feel like we're starting to have a lack of damage here.
Oh, no, the lack of damage is huge. They need to get a big carry for themselves, and that was the chick I was thinking of for Nightstar, honestly, to play in this. I was thinking about the Zeri. Because
Yeah,
the
so
fact that Zeri's pretty freaking good at being able to move in with a party of tanks like this.
she's quite good at that. She is in a weird place right now, I will say, because they nerfed her a bit, then they reworked Static Shiv, and the new Static Shiv is good on her, but it doesn't feel like it used to feel for Zeri. So I don't know if this is quite the hyperscale AD carry that she used to be. Obviously, she's still in that ballpark, but Smolder on the other side will be the 225 stack and win condition for Grandview. The Grandview composition feels very meta.
Feels very mid game. Feels very GVU.
Yeah, it does. It really does. If you screenshot this draft and showed it to me 8 months ago, I would have gone, yeah, this looks right.
Yeah, it's a GVU comp, and I like the fact that they have the Poppy to act as peel. The rail can't engage as long as the Poppy is around, just because of the fact that they can just null and void it. Not only that, they can also null and void the Ari for spirit rushing in. So this Poppy actually gets quite a good amount of value just by staying near the Smolder, and this is one of those comps. You talked about it, that 225 power spike moment, right? Smolder is, in my opinion, an unbearable champion whenever they get ahead and start popping off inside of a game. We've been seeing a lot of that champion actually starting to show up even mid lane in some scenarios, and I'm like, ugh, please stay away from me. Get this little dragon away from me. But it is a terrifying pick, and we saw it be contested inside of MEC, and now even after multiple patches, we get our first game from GVU and MEC team, and we're like, oh, there's Smolder again. Hi, how's it going?
I mean, here's the thing, right? I casted through the UCL season that we just finished up with Yanni, and we saw Smolder the entire season. Right? This champion has yet to go away.
Shout out to Yanni. Cool guy.
Shout out to Yanni. What a guy.
What a guy. I'll drink to that. But
I'm looking at a range, like specifically bot lane here. I'm looking at a big range advantage for GVU. I think the Zeri's gonna have a really tough time. Zeri's a really short range AD carry, and Smolder with the OW2 and some of the rest of the stuff that Smolder's got, especially once he gets to the 125 stacks, it's gonna be really brutal for Zeri to begin to lane. I expect to see Skarner very quickly in bot side.
I have my own theory, and it's called that lane doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, I see that. I get that. I understand this.
The problem is, right, Skarner can come down there and make something happen. The rail can't. The rail cannot engage. So your gank assist is null and void. It's hard stopped. If I'm Skarner, actually, top lane looks more attractive, because the Ornn gives you gank assist, and then the Ari looks more exciting for you. I would actually even say that you would want to get your Ari ahead, because if you get your Ari ahead, then you can 4-man bot.
Yeah.
If you don't get your Ari ahead, at least they can shove, and then they can 4-man bot.
I think for that same reason,
Ganking Ari is really good.
I think for that same reason, Seju will be in mid, because I think early game
100%.
when Ari doesn't have Spirit Rush mobility, I think Seju's really good at locking Ari down with the Sejuani passive, and Yone's got damage the entire game. There's no shortage of damage from the Grandview mid lane.
It's also 4 melee picks to go along with the Sejuani, right? Like the Sejuani has a whole team of melees except for Smolder, which is very nice for them, so they're able to proc their brittle very easily. All the lanes are really very acceptable. I would say that GVU has 3 lanes that they can gank very effectively on their side at any point in time, just because the Sejuani Poppy, you have the Sejuani Krakus, you have the Sejuani Yone. There's many different possibilities for you with the Sejuani to visit these lanes that make things a lot easier for the gank. Whereas I think Columbia College is like, for me, I've been playing a lot of mid, and my least favorite thing in this situation whenever I'm playing Ari is that my jungler would not come to me in this situation, because this is your win condition, is this Ari getting unlocked, moving around the map, and getting things unlocked. You want the Zeri unlocked. How do you best do that? Well, you need the 4-man bot. And how do you 4-man bot? Get the Skarner to gank this Yone, who doesn't have a lot of its capabilities, make it to where he doesn't have a lot of survivability. He has that tether, sure, so he can all in you, but you want to put him down behind, and it's a tall task because Jinqual, who does not die in lane. They do
Nope.
not. They don't fall in lane. They are very steady. They are very consistent, and their positioning, their DPS is usually up on the higher end, if not the highest inside of the lobby. Usually contested by Nightstar, who is also down there in the bot lane playing Smolder, who is a ticking time bomb and is ready to hit you with that achoo, and your entire village get blown away.
Yeah, I think this Columbia College needs to have an early win here, right? If they want to get a win, if they want to win this game, it's got to be early. I think the second it becomes 27, 28 minutes, that's roughly standard Smolder stack timing for 225. Once it hits that point, it's going to be very hard for Columbia College to do basically anything in this game. Once you get that execute going, you just send this is a full brawl comp that Grandview has. Once you send them in to start brawling and you have Smolder over the top, it's going to be brutal for Columbia College to do much of anything.
Both comps actually have really good choke points. Really and
Mhm.
truly. That's actually an interesting thing that you bring up because of the fact that both points have really good choke point control. Poppy has a good amount of denial, but also has a lot of control because of that she could push you up against the wall, hold you there, hit you that keeper's verdict to knock you up in the air, or push somebody out of a fight. Sejuani has that glacial prison where she can throw away the key and somebody's locked up for a while. Yone popping in, hitting that ult, can get huge multi-man ults inside of alleyways. The Smolder as well with the repositioning. The Gragas with the explosive cast. But even on the flip side, right, CC has some tools of their own. Call the Forge God. You have that new Impale on the reworked Skarner that is able to hit multiple people inside of a choke point. Zeri is amazing in choke points. Ari can get a poke, especially as if you're filing in single file, easy charm to be able to connect. And you have the rail that brings in lots of control with that magnet storm. So both these sides actually really excel in those scenarios. I think the state of the game is what's going to matter when we see those fights inside of the choke point. But here we are. We're getting into the game between Columbia College and Grandview. That's not BVU. It is Grandview over here inside of the matchup.
We swear.
At least, sorry, it's GVU. I swear. Guys, it's not BVU.
A little interesting early. The Skarner has chosen to go for a grasp. So generally at this point in time, Skarner jungle, we'll be going Heartsteel first item, Sterix Gauge second item. That's the thing popularized by, I believe it was Tian in the LPL. But generally you go aftershock with that from what I've seen. You don't want to rely on too much. I need to hit someone to get stacks things at the same time. Grasp definitely is a you need to hit someone to get stacks kind of ability.
It goes back to the brawling mentality that you were trying to bring up earlier on. Yes, you want to brawl. Yes, you want to get in people's faces. I do think it's very interesting. It tells me that they do want to fight quite a good bit. They want to get into people's faces quite a bit, but it's hard. This is a hard matchup for Grasp, I feel like. I do think that like you have access to it, but does tell me you're going top to mid. A little bit of early action, jumping on the Inflame. I don't know if that's exactly who you want. That Ignite immediately being placed down. Remember, we are in barrier meta, too, for Marksman in the bot lane. There is a cleanse on this Zeri, so there's immediate combat advantage. Strucken.
I mean, the cleanse for Zeri is kind of important here. You've got Sejuani, you've got Gragas, you've got Yone, you've got Pop. Like, there is a lot of cleansable abilities in this game.
Oh, 100%, but I'm just saying in terms of lane.
Oh, no, it's...
Right? Like, you're in a really weird spot if you take a fight in a weird place like that. Thankfully, it's early on in the lane. It does mean that all pots are going to get burned, so just get rid of your sustain that was sitting inside your inventory.
Proctor's already pretty low HP now. He will heal up because of Gragas passive. Like, look at this. Look at Grandview already. Sejuani in the jungle trying to hit people. Inflame going on at the same time. Bot lane.
Wait. You don't want to take that. That's a turret shot that was just taking Inflame, though. Takes a good amount of damage to flash forward. First blood going on Overfall. Would go back to the mid lane. Castle gets in a bit too deep. That is a kill for Pengu. They're trying to switch it on around, but it's a double kill. Columbia College finding 3 across mid and bot.
This is the best start you could ask for if you're Columbia College, right? You take Jinqual out of the lane. You take Inflame out of the lane. Smolder on his own in the lane against 2 is not the greatest thing, right? You can see Smolder played in solo lanes, but solo lanes, not 1v2 lanes.
Yo, like, here's the thing, though. Now they get the fire away. They did not back. They focused on trying to push. They're trying to chase them down. There is that sneeze. Gets that slow. One more auto, and that's all she wrote. Pengu coming around onto the side, but there's not any drifting that's going to be able to save you from that scenario. GVU recover 1 on the back end.
So Jinquil did have to give up his teleport. Nightstar flashed for that. There are summoner spells down on the Grandview side. They're trying to get a little bit back.
It was teleport for teleport mid though. They already did have to teleport to match the action that came across there. So good on them. Pengu picks up a rock, throws it at the Poppy. Keep in mind that with that is a kill over to both of the marksmen down into the bot side of the map. The big person who got an advantage out of all the action that we saw was Pengu, who we were looking at. We did put a spotlight. They're going to be the person brawling out inside of the map. They get the first little taste of success in the mid lane off a defensive play. See if that happens again. Rail looking to headset clash over. Get rid of that options menu as we got some more action to come across. Good use. They bait out the jump from the rail, and here comes In Flame ready to follow on up. The defensive pick laying in a good amount of damage. They're going to lay in the work. The Ignite has been put down, but it's not going to be enough to be able to get the stun off. In Flame taking a good amount of damage. That orb will not deceive. It will just eliminate, as that is a kill over the Fulminata.
I mean, right now, Columbia College is playing as well as they can. Grandview needs to kind of step it up a little bit in this early game. We said this is a really good mid-game comp, but you can't get to a mid-game comp without having at least a generally okay early game. I want to point out Pengu here, right? We said that he had to get a lot of kills early and get a lot of like ganks done early because of Grasp, because he's going for Heartsteel. Castle on the other side, he's not doing as well. Now he's got more farm, but Pengu's items are very expensive. Heartsteel and Starix Gauge are not cheap items. Castle can go for a very cheap build on Sejuani, go into the Locket, go into Redemption. You can do a couple of these like more supportive tank items, and it means that Castle can stay at roughly the same power spike and keep up with Pengu, even though Castle's not ganking as much.
Like in favor of Columbia College, and Fondo looking to get into a position to possibly head step flash into getting engaged, gets a nice stun, but denied by the Poppy yet again. Free hitting from their side, a little bit of action onto the top side of the map. Now, did look like Castle got one of the grubs off of the rip, so they get one of them to keep it away from Pengu, but Castle had to disengage. They cannot fight this Skarner early on when they got that Giant Spelled advantage.
I mean, Giant Spell's a huge item for Skarner. Skarner does a lot of damage based on his current health, or his max health, sorry. And Giant Spell is just straight health stat stick. It's the best thing that you can get on Skarner on first back. You need two of them for Heartsteel, so it's an item that is not only good for him, but it feels good as you build it.
That's crazy, because he doesn't even wear pants, and Giant Spell is that good.
And he uses two of them. He doesn't have two wastes.
Sure.
Think
Is that how that works?
Maybe he does.
Anybody who's ever put jeans on a Scorpion, let us know. Explosive cast been used. That's going to force out the flash from the Ornn. Lots of damage traded onto the Yone. As Yone, one thing to take note of is with them being in this situation, they are melee into range, and Ari loves those type of matchups. So with that little early lead that was given over to this Ari, be a little bit of a troublesome spot trying to navigate that laning phase.
This top lane will not be very exciting. I'm just letting everyone know as we continue on. This is large man hit against large man, but this is a very exciting bottom fight.
Yeah, and the Dragon Mom gets called. Hot Pockets are ready, and Dramatic Saber goes ahead and shuts it on down. Says, nope, 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 they're not ready. They are not ready for you. And you're talking about it's not going to be very exciting. What if I told you there was about to be a solo kill? It wasn't going to happen, but it almost did. Proctor having to blow their flash. Proctor always known to be a rock up into the top side. Last year, they swapped from support to top lane to make the shift happen, to be that person for their team. DBU, though, right now, they are falling down in front of Columbia College.
I mean, yeah, right. They are right now. The weak point is everywhere. If you're Grandview University, you're losing in every single lane. Your kind of hope is to get this Smolder like up and running.
Oh, it's just an easy enough win condition, I would say.
It just takes time.
It takes time, yeah. And the higher that Columbia College gets, the better it is. This is not something that's unheard of from seeing GVU. We have this experience with them. We've seen them actually fall behind early on. but usually there's like a gauge, right? You want to have a very, very comfortable lead if you're Columbia College. Usually 2K is a great lead, but GVU can play from behind very easily, especially if it's only 2K to them. Keep an eye out on top side. You can see Proctor trying to initiate something for themselves. Inflame caught out of position by Pengu, the star of this Columbia lineup. Yet again, the explosive cast lines him up, locks him down. That is going to be Proctor getting the kill on the top side of the map. Wow. We do flip over and saw Pengu down there into the bot lane, just trying to facilitate something, get this area even further ahead.
But Proctor right there just waited as long as possible, let the lane gank come through from Castle. It's exactly what you're supposed to do when you're playing this champion. Not play, but Inflame is just dead.
Inflame is just getting
With
hardcore at this moment. Yeah, the ult was used by Pengu to make sure to secure their fate. And the biggest thing about this is actually not just the fact that Inflame goes down. There's a plate, there's so much, but check out Castle saying, no, you are not allowed to continue doing this. Pengu taking a good amount of damage. Check out Nightstar over onto the side lane and a good amount of hurt onto the Zeri. On the trade, HP bars are low, but there's no execute just yet for this Smolder, so they don't want to continue to press this fight. As Jinqual, you saw them on the side, they were looking to get into the action. They saw smoke, they wanted to find the fire. Not going to be seeking it just yet, as now GVU go back into their lane assignments and go back to standard play.
I do not believe that Zeri is building Static Shiv first item, which is different. I believe this is a Kraken Slayer?
Kraken.
I'm ready to be interested here on a Zeri build.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri's one of those champions that always has very interesting builds ever since their inception, right?
Yeah.
They have one of those kits that's very unique. I still remember the Titanic Hydra days.
Titanic Hydra days are kind of back. You can build Grasp Zeri in lane. It's very odd.
Yes. But that's not the case here. We have a leap
No,
of tempo there.
we do.
So, it's just one of those things. It's a character who can build a much different assortment of items than your traditional AD carry and still be effective. But who knows? We'll see exactly what goes on. These components could still equal up to a static shift for the Zeri, but right now the bigger things in case. Nightstar left all alone to the devices. Fly out. Shout out to Mom, making sure that Nightstar staying alive with that barrier and flash.
I mean, Nightstar is just able to get out of that. He shouldn't be able to normally. I think Rel missed a little stun there. It's really good for Nightstar to keep being in these constant like little skirmishes that he's in. Every time he's in one of these little skirmishes, he starts to get a little bit more procs.
Look at Castle.
Heartsteel's already completed for Pengu.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-0 as a Skarner. I would hope you have it completed at this moment in time, right? And they're looking to continue scrapping. Pengu retreating. They want to get the pick. Oh, that's a 3-man impale. Pengu, are you kidding me? Goes onto a rampage to keep him started just a little bit late. Check out Jinqual over here onto the side. They're going to go ahead and tether the lane. A good amount of hurt on their own. The Ahri is just sitting on top of them. They've gone ahead and used their charm. That is a kill coming out. Fates. Oh, it's not enough. Well, Manita gets the kill, and they're pushing in the envelope. Force it, says CC. Picking up a dub in the top lane.
They're okay to lose Ornn there. If you're losing Ornn and feeding your carries and whatever Skarner is this game, you're very excited about that if you're Columbia College, right? Nightstar and Dramatic Saber are not able to get anywhere close to this fight, but they're both content to sit down in the bot lane while the rest of their teammates start getting fed.
And check it out. Items that are coming across. You see that Hollow Radiance already picked on up for the Ornn, that Heartsteel, the Malignance on Ahri, the Static Shiv on the Zeri. And you see the traditional items just being formed all across the board with that Spear Sojourn built up on the Smolder. Continue to see that trick up as Proctor. Continuing the trade on up. Two big men fighting up in the top side. I think you said it earlier.
Yeah. Two meatballs. Two meatball things.
Two meatball men. Just fighting it out, hashing it out, talking with each other with the fist. On the flip side of things, we're going to be talking about our fist bot side, as they're just going to go ahead and get the engage going. The Magnet Storm does not
Really
get stopped. And look at the impale yet again. Tengu, you mad lag, getting the massive impale. Yet again, Fulminita's down here, gets to go onto a killing spree. Nightstar is caught.
Oh, he's dead. He's so dead.
Will not miss this stun. That is a double kill for the Zeri. A 4-0 start for this Zeri. A 3-0 start for the Ahri. A 4-0 start for Pengu. Everything is looking golden for CC.
Remember we said this was a mid-game team for Grandview? They needed the mid-game to be a lot quicker if you're Grandview right now. It just feels like they're getting beaten on every single possibility. We haven't ended laning phase yet. Their tower's still up. No first tower's been taken, but I mean, look at the way Columbia College is made with Skarner and Zeri. They were in for the long haul in this game, and getting both those champions ahead really early is brutal for Grandview to try and gain something in the mid game.
It's a lot on Pengu, right? Columbia College, you know, the initials come out to CC. It also is what they are doing a great job at in Pengu. These impales now, a 3-man and a 2-man at critical junctures is great. And if they can continue to keep that same pace, right, they're going to continue giving their team dubs. They're hand delivering them dubs inside these team fights. And right now, Pengu is the star inside of the roster. They have already been highlighted. We've said that the Skarner is going to have to be a big part of why Columbia College is going to win. I'm telling you right now, Pengu not only looking like a big cause, not looking like a major, they're looking like the main cause as Columbia College has such a monumental lead to start things off. 2 dragons to the name. They're going to get Rift Herald. They've gotten all these grubs. It's just a great display, and now they're looking for kills. Explosive cast was used, but it's not enough. You're gonna just slide on in there, hit that pod slide. As Pengu comes in to join in with the fray. That is a kill. Goes unstoppable. Fulminita getting dived underneath the tower, but it's a-okay. You got your charge, but the rest of the squad is on the way. They should be able to finish things off for them. Shutdown goes over, but they had to use so much time. So much time was wasted by that Ahri.
I mean, it's an Ahri for Gragas trade at the end of the day, right? The Gragas is worth a lot less than the Ahri is.
I mean, yeah, they're worth a lot less, but you get a tower.
But you get a tower. I think there's a tower being
trade.
taken. Yeah, it'll be a tower trade. I think it's roughly even across the board.
Yeah, but your shutdown goes to a Sejuani is the thing, right?
It
Your
does.
shutdown goes to a Sejuani.
Oh, and they're grabbing an extra tower here.
Yeah, they're going to grab another tower mid lane because the marksman just got to get. So GP gets themselves a nice little cushion in terms of gold back, but still, this is... I'm looking over at it, and I'm like, all right, you know what? Yeah, it might. It's a net neutral.
For as much fighting that's happened, it's only a 2,500 gold lead.
Like 12-4 game.
Yeah, if you were to look at this game at most like metrics normally, this would be probably a 4,000 gold lead.
Oh man, Nightstar taking a good amount of hurt there. Dramatic does a lot of damage. Hurricane has been completed. We're seeing some of these items being completed for some of the other members over in GVU. You got that Cosmic on the Gragas, that Zeke's on the Sejuani, looking to play into that team fighting aspect.
I mean, right there, that's the supportive element that Sejuani wants to be able to keep going. You see the Bomby Cinder pulled up that will probably turn itself into a Sunfire Aegis. Rift Herald will be used mid. We'll take this turret down. Can it get the second charge? They will. Pengu's willing to go for it.
Yeah, Pengu wants that other charge. They're strong enough to also live that. And CC, because of the advantage they got, they get 1. They get 2 towers. And check it out. The Skarner was looking to roam on down to the bottom side. Doesn't get another charge off, but will deliver that Rift Herald down to the bot side. Will be taken care of by Jinqual, but GVU is on the back foot. CC has done a great job answering them in most cases. In GVU's mid-game power fight that we talked about, where it's like this is their powerful moment, CC's doing a great job at nullifying.
I mean, it doesn't feel like they're going to have a powerful moment, right? It feels like Columbia College is so far ahead at the moment that they... I don't see how you lose a fight unless you're able to pick off member after member in like these separate fights across the map. But you have to bring like 4 to a fight to take some of these players. Like it's really difficult to take the Skarner right now.
Oh, it's incredibly difficult to deal with this Skarner at the current moment in time. This Skarner 5-0-5. But I will say they only have about a 12k lead. Well, not 12k, but 1.2k lead over the Sejuani, despite being 5-0-5 in comparison to the Sejuani's 1-2. And as I say that, Jinquall is completely caught out of position. They try to go for a little bit of an all-in. They're going to try and get one last kill before they go out, but Rondo does get the kill, finishes it off. GVU lose their mid laner over in there. They try to catch up Ornn on the back end of the play, but GVU do get a tower as a result of the sacrifice made by Jinquall.
If a tower's what you're gonna get, a tower's what you're gonna get. You take what you can get given at this point if you're Grandview. Ornn's just gonna keep pushing this top lane though. It's gonna be it is going to be brutal for a very long time because Ornn's just going to continuously push a side lane. Same with Gragas, but Ornn's a lot harder to kill right now than Gragas is.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, there's the damage reduction, but Fulminator is going to go down as they do not have the tools necessary to deal with the Gragas. Their charge was used. Remember, they used their Spirit Rush in that last exchange bot lane, so they do not have the safety net for themselves. They will have to disengage, and now this means Dragon being up, GVU can look to possibly contend. Fulminator is down for another 20
that's
seconds.
a call Dragon.
Hell, big onto Nightstar. Mom's gonna get called in as they try to fly over the wall, get some refuge.
Not dead yet.
Get safe. Mom's still being called in. Pengu is still chasing. We got a rock on top of the head, looking to drop it down on top of the baby dragon. But it's not enough. Greed equals speed, my lad. Nightstar, he was on a sliver, on a prayer, but don't you dare count him out.
I mean, there's still a possibility Nightstar dies here. He is playing with fire. Proctor is gonna come into Mark though.
Who's gonna catch him out? Who playing with fire? Yo, the fire is away. The oven might be hot, but he ain't touching it. He's cool. He can just continue to cook inside the mid lane. That's Dragon secure for GVU. GVU will grab this. This is where we get to a point where we talk about GVU mid game. 20 minutes in, they were down in gold. They were down inside these different parts. They build a comp around team fighting. We say, hey, this is a GVU comp. What do? They get a pick and team fight immediately after. The gold lead has been shortened very, very swiftly. Only about a, 600, 700 gold difference now between the two of them. That's insane how quickly everything shifted around.
Mr. Observer Zeph, can we please get a smolder stack count by clicking on the smolder?
Let's see what we got here. He's pretty close to it, I'm sure.
I think he's got to be close to it. He is at 222. He needs a whole 3 stacks.
Yeah.
For everyone to note here, Smolder will start executing at 225 stacks, so it becomes a huge boost for Grandview University. Proctor looking to get caught out here. He's not looking to get caught out. He is getting caught out.
Yeah, there's no hope there. You can see they actually dedicate the tail to get onto Proctor in that, which is a very curious. Oh my God! Everybody walked away. No, that's actually so bad for School because that was their mistake. They walked away. All the members are walking away because they were trying to gift the kill. It's a dragon. They got damage reduction built into the king. You're not going to solidify a kill onto him just that simple, just that easy, just that clean. So a little bit of them getting careless. They're feeling too comfortable. CC, this is where you gotta tighten up because this is where GVU plays their strongest strengths.
Gragas should not have lived in any given world right there. That is a mistake. That is a straight up mistake from Columbia College. They have such a good early lead, and the one team fight they're in kind of blows up the lead a bit. It's 200 gold right now, 100 gold, 150 gold, somewhere in that ballpark. It is next to nothing of a lead right now, right?
Oh, it's an even game.
Yeah, it's an even game. It becomes really difficult now to try and beat Grandview when you're in a team fight. You have to win these one-on-ones on the sideline in order to do anything. They're looking to kill Jinquall.
No, they get Jinquall over here on the sideline.
All right,
they're overextended, so there's no point in it. But Jinquall was all the way in deep in the bot side. You can see the pings coming out towards Baron. You can see that GVU said, oh, they think we're going to go to Baron right now. So you can see they're already posturing up. They see the ward here. So they have vision. They know that they're not on it just yet, but you can see they're beelining because they're like, oh, they can do it. They could. They're going to do it. And they just back up and disengage. But that's the Baron call from CC, actually. They want it.
They're up a member. There's no Yone here. Jinquall's not here.
but Castle's up. This is really risky. You're risking a 50-50 smite situation right now, and you're not burning it down too fast. Check it out onto the side of the fight. In Flame gets caught out of position a little bit. The credit's going to equalize everything. The Spirit Rush is not going to be available inside of the fight. They're going to use it to get back on in as the Smolder is executing, tearing apart the team fight, breathing hot fire. The inside of Fulminator rejoins the fight, but it's just enough for Fate's call to come in. You rejoin, you have to flash away, get away from the fight as quick as you can. As GVU, they find a big team fight around the Baron pit.
Yeah, this is the team fighting that we talked about for Grandview. Smolder reached 225 stacks, and the game feels very different now, right? The second that 225 got hit, it's a Smolder game now.
You choose to take a fight at the Baron pit. Castle is still up and available, right? Like, you're risking a 50-50. But you also have another person on GVU, somebody that needs to be talked about. This Poppy, hitting that ultimate to make sure they get that equalized. They got a key member, the Ari, taken out of the fight. They cannot dash around. There's no assassination threat that is now onto the Smolder. We talked about the damage profile earlier on. Like, there's no damage profile to be able to get onto the Smolder. Smolder's just free flying throughout the team fight.
They used Pengu's ult very early to take Castle out of the fight, but the problem is there's so much more tankiness from Grandview. It doesn't make sense to use it on a tank. You have to try and get the Impale to be used on one of the carries, on Jinqual or on Nightstar, just to take one of them out of the fight. And Jinqual wasn't there. You have to take Nightstar out of these fights using Impale. It's the way you win them.
I mean, we're in Nightstar's world at the current moment in time with the amount of stats that they are sitting on their 2 items that they need, that are core items for themselves. Upgrades are going to start coming through. That is a big point of contention, right? The upgraded static shiv that is there for the Zeri. Great, love that. The Zeri has to be able to live inside these fights, and they want to have these very elongated fights at the current moment in time. Flash Force. Good use of the bellowing breath to make sure you're invulnerable. Proctor getting a little confident, jumping in there, diving in a little deep. We'll take a couple turret shots for the efforts, but they can get away with just that. GVU now getting flanked, but that's going to be them forcing the engage. They immediately capitalize on it.
Oh, triple.
Gone. The triple impale. Is it enough to matter? No, because it just brought them closer to the Zeri. Dramatic. Taken off of the map. The Called Forge got over to the top side. You get your solo kill. Congratulations. What did it cost you? Just about everything. GVU is taking this mid lane. They are taking control of this inhibitor. Nets on up with this Baron buff. It is a hard game for Columbia College.
Yeah, it's costing a full inhib here. It's not just a turret. You probably still grab this entire inhib here if you're Grandview.
Grandview is absolutely one more hit.
There we go.
There you go. Yeah,
There we go.
Baron minions are gonna take care of it. It's fine. It's fine. But
Please hold for a moment.
please hold. But GVU now with the highest gold lead that either one of the teams have had over the other, and now they're gonna get second dragon. And this is what I was talking about earlier on. They're no strangers to being behind and how to play inside the mid game, win behind. They drafted a composition that does have an envelope for success, even when put behind early, as long as the gold lead is not unsurmountable. And here comes the team fight. They want to go ahead and get themselves on the soul point. That's Castle securing the dragon. There comes the team fight over onto the side. Fulminator being able to hit that orb, laying in a good amount of damage, but they pounce immediately on the vendor, onto the
Can't hit Nightstar.
on the 4 of them, and they just eviscerate every member of Columbia College.
You just watch the fight. They've got 4 members inside. Grandview's got 4 members in the fight, and Nightstar is just on the outside, if able to free fire. No one can touch him. It's all Grandview is doing is protect the little dragon dude, and they're doing it to great success. He did not take a single lick of damage during that fight and put out so much through it, leading to Grandview winning this first match.
I mean, it's the impale that goes in, right? You get an impale, it's great, it's lovely, it's awesome that you were able to do that, awesome. The problem is too, right, like the team fighting that comes out from this composition. They do not hesitate on a call on the team fight. A huge Yone ultimate is all she wrote to be able to kind of put the punctuation, that period at the end, just like, no. This is our game. Great performance, great team fight, and this is what you expect from GVU, a roster that is always excelled at doing such.
I want to give a lot of props to GVU for coming back and stuff, but we do need to give some props. Columbia College had an excellent early game. that early game would put them in a really good spot to try and do something as they went on with the game, and they couldn't connect. They lost a couple picks, and that started snowballing the game for Grandview. But if they were looking to win the game, that's how you need to start these early games. It's the only way right now you're going to win against Grandview looking like this. You didn't even see a full Jinqual here.
I will say that Pengu had a phenomenal series, right? Like phenomenal game one. So yeah,
We haven't left
phenomenal
map
series,
one.
yeah. But phenomenal game number one for Pengu is really good. I think my question mark. I think if you're Columbia College, you go back to the drawing board and you kind of say, okay, our damage profile was a little lacking, right? We can shut down G-Qual. They did a good job of shutting him down. But then you go down to the bot side and Night Star's there, and I brought it up in the game draft. There's two carries that are essential to why they win these team fights and whatnot. And it's always either Jinqual or Nightstar. One of the two of them are going to top the DPM inside of the game. It's a game of who's going to do it. So, you know, I think they need to have somebody who can assess the threat and have a little bit more access. Maybe assess their damage profile a little bit better.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more long range, especially if you're going into a comp like that. You want to poke them down early, or full on fight them. Give me full on team fights. Like, give me full team fight comp. I just think that it kind of went in a little. They were a little all over the place. Pengu did have an excellent early game, like really, really good early game. I cannot stress enough the Pengu early game. But it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Nightstar was on the back line and could not get touched.
Well, what we'll do now is we're going to take ourselves a short little break while we get ready for game number 2 to set up. So make sure you do not touch that browser, as we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome on back. We're ready. We're hot and ready. My name is Traffic. I'm showing with Mechatronic, and we are getting into game number 2 of this best of 3 grand finals. GVU taking a big commanding game number 1 victory at the end there through some good team fighting. CC looking to strike back. Sides have been flipped. Mecha, how you feeling already as we're getting into this draft?
I mean, this is basically the same bands as last game, except now there's a Lilia band, which, sure. I don't know what more we need to say about a Lilia band. Like, it's a Lilia band.
I mean, it's a Lilia band against Columbia College. They are obviously looking over and saying, all right, if they're Pingu just had a great game, they play Lilia. Let's make it to where they cannot have somebody who can carry from the jungle. Lilia is, if you are somebody who is prolific on the champion, you can carry on it. GVU say, okay, bet Skarner's kind of important. We're going to take Skarner this time around.
Take Skarner right now. So from here, look for what else happens. So Skarner was for a very long time probably the pick in Worlds.
Yeah, it's
like
also insanely
first pick.
good in solo queue, right? Like,
It's really good.
It's just a really good pick. Like in general, solo queue and competitive play, it's very good. But this is a champion that was banned last time by Grand View. Ash locked in.
I like Ash here. Ash gives a lot of CC, a lot of utility, and it does give some damage. But with an Ash, I'd look to now see a bit more something from top lane, looking for like a Jax or something like that. Want to see something a little bit more carry in the top lane or in the jungle. Viegos definitely fits that profile.
Viego can be that carry threat that is needed. And hey, you can still play Skarner if you play Viego.
Yes.
Because
Yes.
you can
Sorry.
take over. Yeah.
Took me a second
You had
to think about it.
You had to think about it.
Took me a second to think about that. Yes, you can still play Skarner if you are playing Viego. You can also play Aurora, which was banned against Grandview in the first game.
Absolutely. Aurora
We,
locked in for GVU as banned by CC last time. And there's Jeans. Shout out to Arcane as Jeans is locked into the fields, looking to bring the boom into the map.
Instant Talia pick. Jeez.
Yeah, no, they were instantly ready for that. They were calling that one out.
I don't know if I love a Talia here. Definitely in mid lane against Aurora, I could see it, but currently the whole comp for Grandview doesn't seem like a real good Talia comp.
It's weird. So it works out well because you kind of have like very good global presence, right? Where it's like you can technically do a 4-person roam. The only thing is CC never did they did one time do a roam down. So if they're expecting to do a little bit more of that, I'm cool with it. Because you gotta have the put your sights on somebody and then pull kind of moment. Where the Ash gets the CC, you cut off the retreat with the Talia and they're done. Especially with a Jinx who is immobile. They can't break through that wall. They can't fly over the wall, anything of that sort. So
Win harder.
I get it. That's another Orndo. Makes sense as a
Orton was good last
blind.
game.
I'm a little...
It was fine.
I mean, sure, it's fine, but...
It's not going to win him a game, but it was a very fine pick.
But you're
did
on
well in
red
lane
side.
against Doctor.
You're on red side. You have counter pick. Like, you should just go ahead and grab your support if you want to. But they're valuing the support matchup here into the Jinx very much so. So they're giving free counter pick to Proctor up in the top side, who is picking Gangplank.
Sure.
I mean, why not? What pressure does Ornn have against you as a Gangplank? I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you think about it. You're going to be on an island. You can trade with the Ornn as much as you want. The Ornn actually has to suffer from you because you can just hit your Q and you automatically just hit him for a good chunk of damage each time. You get the free farm inside the lane. You get gold because you're just free farming all the minions. Like that's as simple as that. Then the Leona lock in to come alongside with it. They're just saying, yeah, we're just going to be aggressive as can be right back at you.
There's a lot of circle ults on this team. There's a lot of like Chuck Leona ult into Gangplank ult with an Aurora ult on top of it. Now I will say Aurora does not trap you in the ult anymore. So it's a little bit different as like a big CC tool. They will pick Rel here. The Rel last game was good until in lane. wasn't the reason why Columbia College lost. So I don't mind the Rel Warren, but they're lacking damage.
Again, it is a theme. The damage profile is not incredibly high. This time around, Pengu is the person who is the big star. Ashe does a deceitful amount of damage because a lot of people look at him as like the supportive carry. They do a surprising amount. As somebody who plays a good amount of Ashe themselves, this is one of my go-to picks bot lane. For the very reason, the damage is very deceitful. You don't understand exactly how much, and it's hard to get away from an Ashe, especially once they get going. I get it. But CC, a lot of pressure now, yet again, put onto Pengu. Had a phenomenal game 1. Can they have a phenomenal game 2 and carry things out?
They're going to get started real early as Viego. With Viego, you want to snowball. You got to get a couple kills under your belt. You start getting kills, you snowball with them, you become the other champions. You get... I think right now the build for Viego is a Trinity Force first. You could also go Sundered Sky. Sundered Sky, Trinity Force, Sterix Gauge, those are all kind of Viego items. You got to get started. Viego from behind just does not feel particularly good to play.
No, not at all.
As is someone with a lot of Viego experience.
Viego is a very momentum-based character where it's like you're wanting the resets, you're wanting to pop off. You're not a character that wants to ever be behind. It is a very feast or famine kind of jungler, to a different kind of degree than other feast or famine junglers, where they are just, like I said, it's a momentum-based jungler. It's a jungler that wants to swing things. So, in a way, I kind of actually like this from CC because one of the things that you do have, because you talked about the low damage composition that they have, Ashe Hawkshot is actually a really good information gathering tool for your jungler. Another reason why I like Ashe so much is whenever I see my jungler playing my side, I will actually just shoot a hawk shot over where they call that the jungler may be at, or if they're not sure, to give them more information. So this does give a couple more resources for Pengu to play off of, to possibly find a little bit more exploitive moments to go in and have that explosive moment. Remember, they were 5-0-5 at one point in time on that Skarner game before things started turning around in favor of GVU. You're 5-0-5 on that Viego. That's a bit of a different story.
It's a little bit of a different story. I wouldn't say it's the most of a different story, right? There's a world where you can come behind from Columbia College. There's a lot of CC. There's a lot of good team fighting here for Columbia College. But all of those things I just said, you can turn and say for Grandview University.
Well, let's flip it on to Grandview University then. You have a Gangplank and a Jinx. Two of the most prolific hyper carries inside of their respective roles. The interesting thing for me actually inside this is Proctor on Gangplank, because we typically see Proctor, who I was talking about earlier, swapped over last year from support to top, went from being a supportive member to being a focus on the team. We saw them have the most success when they played Ornn and Cassante in the MEC season earlier on in spring. Now here we are, we're going into winter time, and we're seeing them pull out a Gangplank, which is not something that you typically would think to see as a Proctor champion. But remember, now they've had time to grow as a top laner. They've had time to grow in their role, and this is their way of saying, hey, look, I've been spending some time cooking. I've been kind of figuring out what I want my role to be in, and it still can be this weak side king champion, which I really do like as an addition, because it is a champion that, while it is a prolific hyper carry, it is also a weak side king. You don't have to give a lot of resources to Gangplank to get value out of it. It just shows that also GVU is very confident in the team fighting presence they can bring out with Proctor, who is a mechanically extensive champion inside these team fights, being able to do triple barrels consistently and whatnot. You are looking in that situation where they're putting a lot more eggs into their basket. They're looking to say, all right, these carries, they are important to us. Castle has to facilitate this, get these going, get these big impales, get stuff going for them. This Aurora could also be a big factor for them. I do look over at CC and think, okay, man, they got a little bit of a harder time, but GVU, they're comp is a little bit non-traditional to what I would expect. This is not the same game where I would go back and be like, oh, this is a GVU comp. Just because I look over at Gangplank and go, okay, that's not normally something you would see from GVU.
Well, we saw the evolution last season. Started as strict Proctor, then he turned into lenient Proctor, and now we just have Proctor. He's figured out where he's got to stay at the end of the day.
He's just a Proctor now.
He's just Proctor now.
See what they got. Let's see what they got. I know we've had a couple people chanting inside of Twitch chat. I saw you guys during the break going through some of the things. I saw a lot of cheers for CC. I had a lot of Pengu fans inside of chat. A lot of people calling him a beast inside of it, inside of this match lobby. So a lot of people saying that. I saw some people say, yo, I'm sick of Smolder. Hey, guess what? No Smolder in this game. We had some people who were talking about Red Rising. We got GVU going in, popping off. We got people hyping up Nightstar.
Wait, hold
Coulter
on.
said some sus things inside the chat. Coulter,
Did you
I
say-
saw that message. It was kind of sus, buddy. Kind of
Did you say-
sus.
Did you think we were talking about Red Rising, like the book series?
No, that's just what Dreyer said. Dreyer said
Okay.
that. That was the GVU
So-
coach. If you guys don't know, he said Red Rising. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had to double back on that one real quick. We're in the game. Finally.
Welcome to
Go.
Summer's Rift.
Also, it's not Proctor top lane.
It's all sham. All wow.
No longer Proctor. They made a substitution.
30
You know what?
seconds
This is
to
interesting though,
minions
because I think
spawn.
top lane, in terms of top lanes, if you do have two, ShamWow. If you guys don't know who ShamWow is, ShamWow is a player who has been around in the scene for an incredibly long time, and they have been. I'm trying to remember exactly which school they were in before. They were in another college program.
I will
believe,
Google. I've
but-
got you.
Minions have spawned.
Trying to remember. I think they were University of Michigan. This
I'll
is a shame
believe
one.
you. Maybe.
I believe so at the very least. University of Michigan is what I'm remembering off the top of my head. But they also played for Illinois State for a period of time as well. I do remember that. But I think they're coming from Michigan State. I mean, not Michigan State. Just Michigan, not State. There's a difference. They have a rivalry.
Michigan, yes.
But yeah, I do enjoy the fact that they do have this because Proctor and ShamWow both have two completely different styles of playing, and it's a interesting little curveball you get to throw out in the middle of a series.
I mean, anytime you switch between that kind of different top laners, it's very interesting. Like, maybe they didn't like the Proctor kind of lost a little bit in top lane on that Gragas to the Ornn. Was good in team fights later on, as per the GVU way, but we want a little bit more lane dominance. Okay, that's a bold move there from Leona.
Big Xenoblade. It's not bold at all. It's calculated, man. You get level 2, ayo, I'm in. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you want to see from you, Leona. You get 2 first, you immediately hit them up.
Felt a little deep. Definitely felt like it was a little on the edge there. ShamWow prepping this barrel to clear the wave here.
Protecting it as well as you can see the Ornn. Making sure they can't get in there. Just go ahead and fire their shot. That's it. I'm done with it. I've had enough of it. The
I do not want
ShamWow
to play
matchup
that.
just has to keep hitting it, though. He has grasp. He's just going to keep autoing this Ornn every time he walks up.
And for what it's worth, the Q also still provides grass proc, so he's got a lot of possibility for grass procs here.
Yes, he does. We can go in and see that there is going to be a little bit of action down here towards the bottom side. Castle's coming. Has a rock. Xenoblade goes forward. Is looking for the stun. Here comes Castle drifting in. Vando in a terrible situation. No horse to ride out on, but don't worry. They'll send you home packing. First blood for GVU.
Castle's playing it just as good as Pengu did last game. The exact same playbook started of the constant ganks from the Skarner. ShamWow gets pulled down to a low amount of HP.
Yeah. But on the bot side, Nightstar getting jumped upon, and now we're hitting jungler for jungler, tap for tap, 1 for 1, blow for blow. CC gets an equalizer in the bot lane.
This is what I'm saying. Pengu's got to get going early. He got going early last game. It worked out well for them up until it didn't. Viego's in the same kind of realm. You got to get going early on this Viego. Castle looking to try and get onto Fulminista, but he doesn't know he's sitting on top of a ward.
Pingu is in a weird spot. Yo, Castle just says, all right, yeah, I'm out of here. Peace. gets out, but the Xenoblade Forward, they want to get the catch on to Pengu. Go ahead and start putting in mind where I talked about how momentum means so much for a Viego. Good chaining of CC. The stunts are there. They're trying to see if they can get another form in there, but the Unite is not enough. Castle secures the kill and continues to get those grass procs going for themselves.
Inflame is such solo HP. Just one errant shot could kill.
But check
Vondo,
this out.
though,
They're
gone.
continuing this on forward. Dramatic is here, but they get hit by the choppers up against the wall, forcing out the flash cleanse from the Ashe after they get that kill. Just 3 kills that go on over. And check out Nightstar. Just saying, yeah, I'll just proxy the wave here. It's cool.
Yeah, it's fine. So remember we talked about how good Pengu's early game was last game? Check the castle stats.
Yeah. 3-0. On the flip side of things, you want to talk about Pengu's good early game. They come back to life and immediately come back down there. Nightstar is having nightmares of this Viego. 2 deaths, both going the way of Pengu.
Fulminita's got to do a lot this game. But just judging from how the rest of the map is going right now, you're putting a lot of eggs in the Fulminita Pengu basket.
I mean, it's a lot just in the Pengu. Remember, they got Hellblaze. They've got that serrated Dirk already as well.
Hellblades is interesting. I have not seen Hellblades in a while on Viego. I play a lot of Viego, normally Conqueror or PTA. Not seen Hellblades in a very long time.
They get that immediate aggression coming in.
Oh, and a lethality Dirk. A serrated Dirk.
Yep, that's what I was just talking about. They got that serrated Dirk inside their inventory, so they are doing a little bit more of a bursty build, it seems like, with this Viego. Possibly could give themselves an early lead with that extra little burst. Serrated Dirk, lethality, always a great early game stat to invest in.
He's collector.
High likelihood.
I don't think it would be opportunity or any like pure lethality item. I feel like it would have to be a lethality crit item, of which there is collector. That is it.
I would say that you have a high likelihood of being very correct as you are looking at it. I think collector is probably the one that would make the most sense from the typical items that you could think of that a Viego would want to build, but who knows what Pengu has as a master plan inside the head. Both junglers over here towards the top side. You can see Grubs have been slain by Castleter and immediately jump on the Pengu as they know exactly where Pengu was. As Pengu gets dropped down to half HP, the artillery was not enough to slow him down on the exchange. Well, they're having a little fun playing with themselves with the Headstech Flash.
I mean, he was ready to go in if Inflame walked up another step. If Inflame didn't walk up another step, he was going to do exactly what he just did there. Get out. ShamWow is definitely in lane. He's losing a little bit to this Orange. This Orange is quite tanky. So ShamWow's got to just keep getting grasp stacks over and over and over again. The Sheen will help, definitely. You get the auto, the heavy auto directly after your abilities.
I mean, it's fine. If you're game playing, remember, you're getting like a resource outside of just farm too, right? So it's like, if you're even just 10 CS behind, it's usually a pretty fine thing. The Call of the Fourth God makes it not so fine. That is a battering ram that just got battered into your face. ShamWow gets taken off the field.
ShamWow goes down. I mean, it's... The more time Ornn gets up here to just kind of sit and farm, the better Ornn's time will be later in the game.
Gameplay's role is not to like find trades where Ornn is trading back is the problem, right? That's what we're kind of seeing happen here. ShamWow is not having a great time in that series of events because the Ornn is getting trades with their Q, so bit of a rough go. Pengu is down here into the bot side. It does mean a reset is coming about for GBU. So they grabbed that. I'm not sure if they knew actually that they were there, but Pengu is not going to get any effect, and they're just spending a lot of time down here in the bot side.
It feels like a waste from Pengu. He is down 2 levels right now on Castle. So Castle's been power farming in between these, and Pengu just feels like he's going for a lot of different ganks that haven't actually turned themselves out. He cancels the back. He's still waiting here. This is a long con.
He canceled it again. I am amazed. He is really one to dedicate. They just came back. They know that this ward's there.
And
but
now he's
check
walking out.
Castle's here. Castle's here with a full heart seal. This fight goes on. He's coming back. Pengu's back in here. Castle's going to come in for the exchange. He's going to hit the soul flare. They connect immediately onto Pengu. They get the impale onto him. In flame gets the kill onto him, and they're just routing each and every single member. You spent everything. You invested all your time, but it was all for naught. GVU stand tall.
I don't think Inflame had any vision into that bush, but just chucked the ultimate there because that's where they were going to walk. And Pengu gets hit by it instantly and cannot do a single thing in the fight. It's brutal if you're Pengu that you sit down there for such a long time and you cannot walk away.
I'm wondering if they got spotted at any point in time. And they're just
I
like, oh, he's
think
still
they have
here. Like, there's no way that they just go for that. And then Pengu immediately off of spawn. Let him live. Let him breathe. They said, hey, you want to stay bot lane? Hey, cool. Go back to the fountain. Spend some of that gold you don't have. And, oh, by the way, I'll farm your camps for you, says Castle.
Castle's in the same place Pengu was last game. We saw how that worked at the end of the game for Pengu. The question is, can Grandview as a group have a better mid game than Columbia College did last time? Right now in top lane, it's, again, as you said before, you're not trying to take these huge trades with Ornn, but ShamWow looks to be taking them.
Oh, yeah, I mean, look, you're just wanting to Q trade with them, right? Q trade, you have your oranges, use that to keep yourself sustained. You have refillable pots, which you've already worked through, right? The Ornn has biscuits, has all three of their biscuits actually in their pocket. So those biscuits are getting a little bit of lint in them at this moment in time. They've been in the pocket for a while.
Biscuits aren't
go in there. What's up?
Biscuits aren't as good as they used to be on Ornn. They're still good, mind you, but right, they don't give the mana that they used to give, which was the huge issue with Ornn in lane, at least early, is that you do not have much mana, and your whole combo doing Q, W into an E is quite expensive.
I mean, it's just extra sustain is usually what people get it for nowadays, right? Like, they look at it and go, oh, I'm going to be in lane. I'm going to probably take a little bit of chunks. I'm going to get a little bit of trades that are not going to go in my favor, which makes a lot of sense, right? If you're Ornn into the Gameplank matchup, right, the Gameplank outranges you technically just because the fact he's got his Q up all the time and he's going to constantly trade if you want it. So it makes sense to want that extra little bit of sustain, but like I said, those
Oh my god!
You're kidding me. Yo, Pengu, if I just saw Pengu had disconnected from the game right now, I do not blame you, Pengu. I do not blame you. You got killed off of waiting over 2 minutes on a gank. Then you got killed off spawn, and then Dragon got stolen by the rocket. If you disconnected, yo,
I don't blame you.
I got you. I'm not saying
Nightstar's
anything
typing
about
in
it.
chat right there. Nightstar is sitting there because he is typing in chat. Oh. Oh, you're kidding me, man.
That is, and we were talking about it. I called Viego a momentum-based jungler.
Oh, not
Momentum
again.
is halted. It is cold. This is essentially what happens when you go into your freezer. You're feeling good. It's a late-night gaming session. You get your pizza rolls. You throw them in the microwave, and you forgot to flip them around. You forgot to rearrange them on the plate. So there's just that one pizza pocket that is ice cold. And right now that is Pengu. He is the pizza pocket that you wanted to be red hot, that you wanted to be nuclear, the one that burns the roof of your mouth. But guess what? It's ice cold right now. This Viego has been completely halted on any momentum they can have. As yet another recall canceled. The Heartbreaker comes in, but the Solar Flare does so much damage. The CC said they're diving in deep.
Castle's here.
They're blocking a lot of damage. Nightstar does go down as an exchange, but at what cost? ShamWow drops in the artillery. 3 members just completely wiped. Make it 4. Almost all of CC College eliminated from the map. Argent can't get the solo on ShamWow on the top side. Instead, Sham gets the back. He's going to TP up top. Everything's in GVU's favor.
Nightstar will take that any day of the week. He is willing to die to kill 4 of the members on Columbia College. Pengu has not had great luck on these bot lane ganks, these uber lane ganks so far.
Wants to get ahead. They want to pop off. They want to find that one moment. They want to get... Pengu is a win condition for their team. It's as simple as that. Pengu is a win condition, and they're trying to play to that. The problem is, They cannot find a play that works for it. They needed to figure out a way to get Pengu back into the game. Pengu is down over 40 CS right now. Castle is living in Pengu's head rent-free, saying, your jungle camps, they mine. Everything is mine. Castle is completely ruthless and will take anything that they see that you are not able to take. Yeah, AO. Castle's going to play a big part on the reason why you can't take it.
We are 14 minutes into this game. We are 14 and a half minutes into this game, and it feels like Pengu cannot play the game for the rest of the game. It feels like Pengu can just, like, it's gone. It's done. It's brutal right now. It's a 2,000 gold lead just in the jungle.
And look, it's a 4K lead altogether. Just like if you go and look at it, it's 4K. So over half of the lead is just inside the jungle. The rest of it is excremental from every other lane getting advantages. Mostly inside the mid lane, but every other lane getting advantages. Nightstar says, I'm gonna die, AO. I'm gonna get a tower for it. Let's get inside it, boys. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But we'll have to die for it.
Nightstar understands that he is not the carry of this game. It may look like he is, but he's not the carry.
Oh, he'll be the carry later on. Don't worry about it. The damage being laid in on tower dive. This is where it gets tricky. This is where it gets messy. You gotta deal with them playing in
More
the
tower
house. As you see, Jinquall was able to find one on the back end. You can see they're desperate for it. Please, please let me collect, but nobody is getting collected today.
This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Starix Gage.
This is the difference in the game, though. Like, you were asking, how do you do with GVU when you get this lead? Look at how different the gold is, and they were in similar situations in terms of the kills, right? Like,
yeah.
GVU has the same amount of kills as they had at the same point in time.
Oh, good dodge.
Oh, my goodness.
How is it that a Jinx Dragonsteel was the thing we have been the least excited about this entire game?
Because we understand that it was, while it was a Jinx steal, we were mourning for Pengu. Because we know what it's like to have to be the carry, to be the big one that's trying to get things going for the team. But look at that. They're just trying to get Scuttlecraft. They're trying to get some fine dining. And that is the consequence of the actions of the solo player to be able to blind out Dramatic. They are gone. They're stuck inside this little mystical arena as Vondo. Spam your emotes as much as you like. You're going to get pop a lot and stunned up. That is another kill. Jinquall locking it up 5-0 and 5.
Jinquall may not have had the greatest of games last game, but he's on one now.
Oh,
Only gets out just in time. Just in time, man. Woo!
Getting out, but this game is a
Skin of his teeth, man.
GVU game. This is just GVU having a good time with everything getting considered inside of it. Nightstar is able to just farm up. Everybody on GVU is in an incredibly strong state. The Triforce has been completed on the game plank, which is a very pivotal power spike for them. They see, you were talking about earlier, Starix on top of the Heartsteel. This Skarner is so hard to be able to kill because you do not have good sustained damage to deal with them. The Ashe is behind. You've got this Aurora of Magi's and Malignance. What do you do if you're CC, if you're Columbia College?
They're so confident in late game here that Jinx bought a Cull after already having 60 or so CS. Like, Jinx had a back or two and then decided to buy Cull.
So, you know what? I'm gonna farm. I mean, it makes sense though, because like that was after, you know, Nightstar. I mean, not Nightstar. Pengu stayed inside the lane forever down there in the bot side of the matchup. But here comes Call the Forge God, looking for a little bit of some trouble in paradise for ShamWow.
Oh,
but they
good
got that
sidestep.
Good dance in there. As you can see, ShamWow looking to trade back, laying a little bit of hurt. Check out onto the other side. GVU
the cavalry
coming in. They're making sure that their teammate is taken care of. The Ornn is stuck in a terrible situation as Jinquall is dominating. They'll be able to find themselves another one. Super Mega Death Rocket explodes and finds the third kill in the situation. Good use of the word Earth. Rest of the squad backs up, and they're getting outer tower for their efforts. This gold lead almost 10K at 20 minutes. Oh, Castle wants more.
Castle flashed?
Yeah, Castle wants more. Said,
oh,
the
Lord.
infill, two-person infill. That seals the deal right there, baby. GVU says they don't get the ace, and oh man, they are right up there in your face.
This is a 10k gold lead at under 20 minutes. This is ballooned out of their control.
I mean, it absolutely has. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just been a GPU difference inside of this game. And top side, yeah, it's been whatever it has been. It is the story that is Castle. It is Jin Qual. And I will also say, this has been In Flame's world. In Flame has been insanely good. In Flame has been putting themselves in the Poppy game from game 1, and now this Leona game where they're the aggressor has been chef's kiss. See if they can go ahead and put in a little bit of work. I don't know if this is a fight you want to take right now. Jin Qual is actually pretty scary. Like,
yeah.
A good amount of damage. The TP comes through. ShamWow is there to be able to cavalrize this. 2v4, but they live for so incredibly long. Jin Qual over here onto the side. Pengu going around Alcove Gaming. Jinx was able to get the kill onto the Ashe. The fight lasted for so long. Jin Qual finds a double kill in the back end of the fight. Pengu trying to run for their life as they get chased away by Nightstar on the back end. Her dropped at a centimeter of HP, and Nightstar rectifies that one. Arctic, the last one standing, but they're going to find themselves just another meal for Castle.
If you can't pick Jin Qual there, you're not picking Jin Qual. Like, if you can't pick him when you got 3 people there, if you let him get out, you get 4 kills on it, 5 kills on him, right? You're not getting out. This is like they are trying to do whatever they can here, but Vondo cannot even walk out of the base alive. They're about to take 2 inhib towers.
I mean, it's just In Flame now caught out in a weird spot. Trying to get a pick off onto him. There's a duel between.
Is
the
this a
Ashe
duel you
and
want
the
to take?
Chains. They do a lot of damage actually. This Ashe kid does a lot, and the Talia's there to back it up. So good on them. They get a good pick. Pengu trying to pick a fight down into the bot side of the map. Columbia College looking for a way to see if they can catch him overextended possibly, but they just bring him in. They hold him down for the artillery, the cannon fire, double kill for the GP. They got to run through the cannon fire. Dramatic's way too low, and you see Jin Qual just finishing off the Ashe. Dramatic falls 21 and a half minutes into the game. This tower is going down. The Nexus is under siege, and they have no resources, nobody to be able to delete any HP bars from the squad. GBU is just looking to end up the game. They want that championship. They want to be the champion winners inside of the League of Legends tournament side of things. Arctic goes down. They're still trying to farm away on this. Castle was hitting the Nexus all by himself, pinging the teammates like, guys, we could have ended. And the game will last just a little bit longer, but the Nexus is left bare.
Just a little bit longer, but like, what are you really supposed to do here? And Flame's gonna go down to Fulminista there. Fulminata there. But Nightstar is now allowed to just kind of be Nightstar.
Okay, ball goes over. Nightstar, they're just having a good time. Get it sided. Nightstar is firing away, but yo, it is going to come to an end. And just like that, I want to let you know that fight started with multiple people on GVU with 0 deaths. They have put a blemish on their own record by just overextended everything inside of it. And then, I mean, you're looking at how the matchup is going. You're looking at how the plays are going about GVU. They're just feeling themselves right now. And I guess that's fine because you're up 10K. You're up over 20 kills. Just having a little fun with it, man.
They don't want to go home yet. They know they got to get on the bus after this.
I want to play League more, guys.
I just want to play more League.
It's like whenever you win an ARAM and it's like you finally get the characters you want, but you finish too quick. So you destroy the Nexus towers, you destroy the inhibitor, but you're like, guys, nobody hit the Nexus. Let the minions end it.
I gotta say, I'm okay with that as long as people don't take exhaust. I know that there was a big debate a couple months ago about exhaust versus ending the game, and I will say exhaust is a crime.
Yep.
Don't take exhaust in ARAM games.
All
right, a Baron. Sure.
It can be considered cringe. You know.
We haven't had one of these yet.
Oh, big purple worm being sieged upon. see the teleport coming about. They're looking for the fight. This could be the last hurrah for Columbia College inside of the grand
Good
final.
flick.
Mondo gets blown up and Flames does the same. But check out the DPS. Nightstar free firing inside of the fight. And they are going to find themselves a double kill to route everything off. An ace for GVU. There is a bare Nexus in the backside of this. They're going to just go ahead and march their way on in confidently. ShamWow, like, guys, why am I tanking this? I'm a little low, please. They smite away the canyon. They look at the base. GVU, they're going to be your champions. Do they fist bump?
2, 3.
Oh, Nightstar. Nightstar, we saw
that's
that.
rude. That's rude, Nightstar.
Can't believe it. Nightstar, look at them. They got their fist bump at the very end there. They're like, guys, look, I got a fist bump right here, guys. I was joined it in. Remember? Look at me. I did it.
Fist bumps
but-
online, man. That's all. I guess that's what it is. Just
Yeah.
they'll fist bump IRL. No in-game fist bumps. Congratulations to Grandview.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Grandview. I mean, completely commanding grand finals victory for themselves. I mean, you look over at it. Game number 2, clear, concise, their game to win. They showed us what it looks like when they had the same lead that Columbia had and how to carry out that lead and blow it up. In game number 1, they showed us what a recovery looks like. Whenever you get dropped down below 2K, that is not out of their striking range just yet. They were sandbagging for a little bit. They had a comp design for once they hit that 225 on that smolder. They were good. They were locked and loaded. They were ready to go.
And that second game, man, like that was the Grandview I remember from spring. That was dominant in all forms of the word.
Yeah.
Can't
it
get much
was-
more Grandview than that.
No, you really can't. And honestly, if I was to give an MVP of the series over to somebody from Grandview, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm giving it to Inflame down there in the bot lane.
Oh,
I thought
Inflame was
their poppy play in game 1 was pivotal. They actually knocked away the Ari was the big one inside of some major team fights. Really enjoy that. Good stuff from them. Good on their play inside of it. But then that Leona play, that solar flare, that I'm trying to find. I still want to know. I would love to talk with GVU. If somebody from GVU could hit me up and just let me know if that Leona ult was meant to hit the Viego at that moment when he was just sitting inside a bush for 2 whole minutes. If they had known that he's there and
Yeah.
they just threw that out there, that's wild. That would be a tilter for me.
If you knew Viego was there the whole time, I'd be so salted. I would be so upset. I played so much Viego in my life, and like that right there sucks, and it sucks even more when you push 2.5 minutes into that kill.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And you saw like Pingu, of course, had a lot of fans inside the Twitch chat that was cheering them on. The Skarner game was great for them. They didn't get to have that same effect on the Viego. They went for a more risky like crit build on the Viego, where they went collector, and then I think they were going into their second crit item towards there inside the game, but they were so far behind inside the game, and that became the story point for them. Is they were dropped down. They were at one point in time like 40, 50, 60, 70 CS, where it's just like it's just a slope that just keeps on sliding down. And that's the trouble with Viego. You gotta get things going. You gotta accelerate the pace of the game. And Grandview, I mean, I think they turned around and said, oh, these are the risks that you had to take. Well, we're going to show you why they're risky. You don't want to take risk against us. You want clear, concise ways to be able to beat us. You got to come with a loaded strategy for GVU.
It wasn't as low as it was today. But congratulations to GVU, and I believe that ends our coverage for today.
It does.
For the
it
weekend.
does. Yeah, it ends our coverage for the weekend, the Midwest Clash over here at Purdue Northwest. I want to give a shout out to everybody who came on through. Shout out to everybody inside the chat that was out here cheering along all weekend long, or even if you joined us for just a little bit. To the people over inside the land.
Can we shout out Alan?
Yeah,
Our
let's shout out
producer has
Alan.
been here all weekend.
Yeah.
Like,
Doesn't
not missing
stop.
a single game. Alan doing a great job on the sticks.
Alan is goated. Alan is goated. All bow down to Alan. We all love Alan. We all love Zephyr. They were doing a great job holding him down. Also, shout out to our moderation team for making sure that the game lobbies were getting in, going underway, and keeping us informed on everything. Because we're not there on site, unfortunately. So, kind of have to look over the chat and be like, "What's happening, guys?" But that being said, yo, Mega, thank you for coming in, hanging out with me for some Overwatch and Rocket League when we had it earlier on. I know you weren't originally on there, so shout outs to you as well. But Yo, that's it for us on the night. Look, we're good. We're golden. We're ready to call it. Y'all take care, and we'll catch y'all next weekend. There will be another LAN event next weekend, so hit that follow button if you haven't already. So that way you can check out the next LAN to come about. So that way you guys are locked, loaded, and ready to go for some more esports coverage, some more collegiate gameplay. We'll catch y'all there. Take care, and have a great night.